Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon from every time zone in which the internet is available. Presumably, this is Toast to Toast AM from rugged Nova Scotia, Canada, where the snow, while it falls in what is, nearly April, it doesn't stay here. But my good co host is in the land of the snow. Welcome, Dave.
We come from the land of the ice and snow, Paul.
Indeed. You are
The taxes are high and the harsh winds blow.
you're keeping the White Walkers away from the rest of
Keeping the White Walkers away.
the rest of
Doing
the
what
continent.
we can. Yep.
We appreciate you so much.
Well, we all have our role to play.
Indeed.
Some of ours is just important. But your podcast,
I'm under no delusions that what I do is important in any way. That said,
but it kills some time.
It kills some time, and what I enable here, Dave. What? Oh,
there we go. It was like tilt at an angle. I didn't know. There we go. There we go. That's better. This is professional, right? When you adjust your camera midstream.
Yes, we just lean. We'll lean over. Welcome, everyone. What is exciting is that we get to hang out with everyone in the chat today. All of you joining us for our quasi-regular show, Toast to Toast AM, where we celebrate
bi-weekly.
That's right. We celebrate Art Bell and the old radio shows.
Coast to Coast AM.
Coast to Coast AM. And we start off with a toast because it is toast.
With a toast, yes.
AM.
What's this week's toast to, Paul?
Let's toast to what do you got, Dave?
Raise a glass to freedom. Cheers, Paul.
Freedom and emojis.
Freedom and emojis. Yep. What is the Bella situation like this week, Paul?
She's having a bit of a nap, she's tuckered out.
Should blur that out. No free Bellas.
No free Bellas, that's right.
No free Bella feet.
That's right.
Free puppy Bellas.
Indeed.
Yeah.
We had some unexpected guests over here at the house today. At Casa, Paul and Shannon.
Yeah.
And so Bella was very excited because, people are her favorite.
Yeah.
So now she's a bit tuckered out.
Yeah.
But unlike, you and I, we're here and we're rejuvenated, we're invigorated, and we're caffeinated. All those things.
All those things.
And,
soon to be inebriated.
Soon to be inebriated. It is trivia night, as you can see over in the corner.
I am a little fuzzier, Michael. It's coming back. It's coming back bit by bit.
You're looking very handsome.
Getting closer to the me that I'd like to be. Yeah.
Indeed. And we got trivia going on. So someone
on tonight. Yep.
Someone new may be joining the Tumblr club. The our previous winner of the member of the Tumblr club, the winner last time we aired,
I think was last episode, right?
Yes, indeed. I've now forgotten what the screen name was. However, that person, I emailed you back asking for your address. So if in perchance that got lost somewhere, let me know. But we'll get that out to you immediately. But someone
we're trying
tonight
to give you an amazing, free piece of history. It's not just merchandise. This is
this will be, frankly, an heirloom.
Yeah. When the revolution comes, you'll be able to prove that you were there. You were there. You were there with Trotsky and Lenin in the coffee clubs. You were in the front lines.
Indeed. So, but we have the various bots that help us with the show. We've got the various boozes that you and I consume to make the show happen. We got to feed my puppy. We have to keep the electricity on. We have
I
to
think,
pay
the
our
viewers are under the misconception that we drink probably more than we should during the streams as like some kind of social lubricant, that this is amusement or fun, not understanding that much like grease or high viscosity oil, this is what makes the machine work. Paul and I, there's a lot of rough edges there. And if we're going to be interacting for this period of time, you got to have something to kind of grease the wheels.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's basically, as you say, it's nourishment. It's like giving your horse some hay or some oats. You can't just expect the horse to run on nothing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Speaking of which, so
Yeah.
unfortunately, one of the sad realities of the show, we wish
Mhm.
we wish we could do it just out of the goodness of our heart.
Yeah.
But
But
we do rely on super chats from you guys, as
yes.
well as our illustrious sponsors.
And they are truly illustrious, Paul. It's a
So,
very, yeah,
Dave,
rarefied.
were you able to secure a sponsor for this week?
Oh, Paul, was I able to secure a sponsor? I got to choose from amongst the many, many fine corporations and organizations that are lining up to sponsor this show, Paul. And let me tell you, I really am tremendously excited to be able to talk about this week's sponsors, because I have been a fan of their work for a long time, literally as long as I can remember, practically my whole life. Anytime, Paul, I've needed a quick pick-me-up, or say an unearned emotional high, the sponsors of this very stream right here tonight, they were there to pick up the slack. How do they do it, Paul? Well, it's very, very simple. But before we get into that, I want to take a quick step back, Paul. In the spirit of this episode, I'd like to take a little trip down memory lane and talk about a different decade. As a fellow child of the 70s and 80s, as you and I both are, I know that you are well familiar with the food pyramid, right? You remember the food pyramid, Paul? The simple guide to eating
Indeed,
right.
yes. It told us to eat a lot of carbs for some reason.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. It was, it the wisdom has since been replaced, but it was a way to try and educate young and impressionable minds that you should try to make sure that every day you should eat enough vegetables, you should eat some proteins, uh, you should eat dairy every day, apparently, and make sure you have a whole lot of carbs, a lot of grains, a lot of carbohydrates, which honestly isn't the worst advice for a very active young person. And though the nutritional science at the time may have been somewhat misguided, I firmly believe the intention was good, to try and teach little kiddies to think about what they eat, to be mindful of what they consume. It might be delicious to eat an entire pack of Landjaeger, but it's probably not the best choice. And you know what, Paul? Having an apple is good, but having 50 probably isn't the correct amount of apple to eat. And Paul, between you and me, there was a glaring error that has led to literally generations of fooditational oversight. And I am, of course, referring to the frankly borderline criminal exclusion of this week's sponsor from nutritional studies from around the world. I'm referring, of course, to empty calories. That's right, Paul, empty calories. When all you want is to get that sweet, possibly alcoholic goodness into your body without a bunch of vitamins and nutriments getting in the way, there is simply no better choice than an empty calorie. And Paul, empty calories come in a dazzling array of shapes, sizes, flavors, and feels. Are you looking to cool down on a hot day? How about a delicious iced soda pop or a tasty sweet iced tea? Need to take the edge off after a particularly frustrating day at work? How about a tall frosty beer or perhaps a pint of tequila? Hey, how about some potato chips? How about a whole bag? Tell me, Paul, do you know what the hell gummy bears, sour thusers, and fuzzy peaches are made of? Trick question. Nobody does. Don't you have to worry about it. I am, between you and me, honestly, I think just a dark windowless van kind of shows up at a factory every now and then and drops off a bunch of boxes of it. Nobody's too sure where they come from. Doesn't matter. Point is, they're delicious, they're fantastic, they're fun to eat, and they are empty calories. Definitely delicious, possibly nutritious, and deeply satisfying in a way that nutrition never could be. You know you love them. Tell me, Paul, don't you deserve happiness? Are you going to let some nerd at a hospital or some jock at a gym tell you what to do with your life? Be your own person. Pursue the calories that make you the happiest. You're confident that if you listen to your heart and follow what brings you the most joy, you will come back to empty calories again and again and again and again and again and again. And Paul, as if the borderline addictive enjoyment of this tasty treat wasn't enough, Empty Calories has a very special offer for viewers of this stream. Anyone who uses the promo code Toast to Toast, that's TOAS2, the number TOST, the number 2 TOST, when enjoying some Empty Calories this month, will receive at absolutely no extra cost all the medical care you need to keep enjoying your Empty Calories for as long as scientifically possible. I should point out that this offer of free medical care is only valid in participating jurisdictions, and you all know what jurisdictions I'm talking about. So do not walk, run while huffing and holding your chest to your nearest empty calorie provider today and get a big bowl, glass, or a bag full of Empty Calories. You'll be glad that you did. Empty Calories.
Well, cheers. You didn't tell me Empty Calories is one of my favorites, Dave. You didn't tell me.
It's literally everybody's favorite, Paul. Like, that's the thing. It's you know, I can't believe they're paying us to sponsor, in theory, if the check ever comes. It sells itself. Like,
it really does. But Empty Calories, no. I mean, I'm tired of all this. People keep pushing me. Hey, you gotta eat, 700 pounds of protein a day or whatever it is that you're supposed to.
Who's pushing this? I told you, nerds and jocks.
That's right.
Some jacked up roid head at the gym, or some, white coated geek in a hospital. Yeah, no, they don't.
You've encouraged me, Dave. I was limiting. I had a couple of potato chips earlier in the evening with the little social gathering. You've now encouraged me that I really should have had a whole bag.
Where's the rest of that bag right now?
I should probably go out and yoink it. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the thing about Empty Calories. Instant gratification. That's what we're talking about here.
That's right. None of this. Yeah. Exactly.
Consequences are for them's what. I don't know.
That's right.
Whatever makes you happy.
If you eat a whole cake, you don't have to wait to see whether, hey, will the scale catch up to me on this? Immediately. It did.
Yeah.
The effects were immediate, and
now you don't have to find space in the fridge for that cake.
That's right.
So
love it. Empty Calories, one of my favorites.
And if tomorrow you're feeling bad, you're looking in the mirror, you're standing on that scale, and you're regretting your decisions, what'll make you feel better, Paul?
Some Empty Calories.
Another cake.
That's right. Absolutely.
They sell them at the store. They wouldn't sell them at the store. They wouldn't be allowed to if it wasn't, something.
You can even get them. It's so popular and so pervasive. You can even get them at like a gas station.
Yeah.
Sometimes in your dormitory, perhaps they may even have a machine that literally is just, or your hotel room. There's just a machine there. Behind some glass.
It's just right in the machine. Do you think they can just put machines somewhere if you're not supposed to put that in your mouth?
When's the last time you saw an Apple vending machine, Dave?
I mean, I've saw an iPad vending machine last time I was at the
airport. I suppose that's true. I was more thinking, or Mandarin oranges.
Decades. It's been so long.
Do gas stations sell carrots?
Well,
rarely.
Some small town ones I've seen it, but
movie theaters,
they don't sell carrots. No.
Good times.
Paul, that's where celebrities go.
It is where that's right. You name a celebrity, they've been to a movie theater.
And while Empty Calories was so graciously sponsoring the show, Paul, other people have graciously sent us some super chats.
I see that. We really should anyway, thank you, Empty Calories, but we also appreciate everyone. So we're going to start with My Unfinished Journey. Yeah. Hail Nero, Hail Paul, and Dave.
Yes.
And Hail Toast.
Hail Toast.
If you put the right stuff on toast, that also can be Empty Calories.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah.
We had welcome to the family, to the black. When you become a member here, you become a member of what we call the Black Box Club.
Yes.
We haven't talked about the Black Box Club very often of late, but
for a little while, yeah.
But it's a secret thing. And Corey, hopefully you discover for yourself the joys of being in the Black Box Club.
Black Box Club. It's supposed to be a box. I can't really, you know.
You do the heart, and you get more exciting things, but
used to.
So my unfinished sock with another super chat for $2. Thank you so much. Don't empty your calories. Like and share instead. Ooh. Well, I feel like this is a both and situation. If you hit like and subscribe, you should reward yourself with a nice chocolate.
Yeah. Like a little bell notification in the brain.
Yeah.
Just a little shot of goodness.
Just give yourself a little reward there.
Yeah, you deserve it.
Yep. And once again, again, we here at Toast to Toast, we do not offer legal advice. Nothing here should be considered legal advice.
No.
Nothing here should be considered financial advice.
Absolutely not.
And nothing here should be considered health advice. Just in general.
Paul and I make very poor choices consistently.
This is for your entertainment only.
Yeah, and ours. Mostly ours.
If you want proper information, not right now, but at other times, it's my understanding that YouTube has channels that has people who
nerds, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. So anyway, I'm very excited about today's toast.
Also, I will say, I believe Scott, yes, this is a Dungeons and Dragons jersey, and I am very proud of it. It's very comfortable. It's fantastic, and I love it. Yeah.
You just recently.
If the makers of this jersey were paying us, I'd tell you more about it. But
that's
not,
right.
So,
maybe next time.
Yeah, no free sponsorships, not on Toast to Toast.
That's right. So I'm very excited about today's episode. Neither of you or I have actually listened to it, but the concept is amazing.
I will give a free plug to Kip Davis. Go check out. Everybody subscribe to Kip Davis's channel. It's fantastic.
But also, Kip Davis do not accept Kip Davis as medical advice either.
No. Oh God, no.
No.
Nor financial nor legal. None of the above.
So if you want to know about, ancient languages or ancient manuscripts, okay. He's giving you true things. He's giving you truth about that.
I will never say this again, but I would probably say if you're talking about ancient languages, you should take Kip's word over mine.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, okay. But on every other topic.
Me.
Yeah. Just to be clear, stay in our lanes here. Stay in here. Yeah.
Also, all right. Any family members that are telling you that I'm not telling you the truth are probably lying to you, and you should cut them out of your life and just hang out with me.
Solid advice.
On my compound in the desert.
Where it's snowing. It's
hard to... My association of like-minded individuals. Yes.
It's very hard to actually start a cult in Prairie, Canada, because
you're
you got an uphill climb. Oh sure, in the tropics or in in nice climates, you can get people to come and be part of your midsummer, whatever's happening with your flowers and your hair and stuff.
Whatever UFO comet thing you got going on there.
Yeah, but you got to be
nature god or goddess you're worshiping.
But in Prairie, Canada, it's a little more rugged. All right.
Yeah. Here you literally need to pay bills every month or you will freeze to death because you can't just hang out outside.
Exactly.
You'll die. You will die if you do not have a heated, well-built structure to spend the days and nights in, even the day, even the noon to 2 o'clock, the highest point of the sun, it is still many dozens of degrees below freezing, and you will die if you are outside unprotected. All right.
So tonight's episode of Coast to Coast that we will be covering is rather late. We've covered a lot in the late 90s and the early aughts.
Yeah.
Tonight's is from 2015.
Very, very late.
One of, if not the last, it's one of the last episodes that Art personally hosted.
Yes. Yeah.
Of the various programs. At that point, they had spun off the Coast to Coast show into several different sub franchises.
Yeah.
I believe this was a Midnight in the Desert episode, in fact.
This was Midnight in the Desert. Yeah.
But 2015. Now 2015, Dave, I don't know if you know
not
this.
That long ago. Yeah.
You would think so, but it was a decade ago, Dave. 10 years ago.
I mean, yeah. It's, but geologically, that's not that long.
Geologically, it's not, but for some of us, 2015, that sounds like, no, that just happened. That's what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of our audience that have their life.
I was still a Christian lad in 2015.
I guess I was too, but I was already a backslider at that point.
I guess. You were always a little cutting edge on that. Oh, we have a super chat. Hold on. We have
a member chat.
A member chat. Oh, from Rosina. Shards of nanoglass handler. That sounds dangerous.
If you've ever tried handling shards of nanoglass, there's a trick to it.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I recommend you watch some YouTube videos first. Get a sense.
Rosina writes, has anyone taken a screenshot of this stream and made it a Studio Ghibli style yet? It is cursed. I hate the AI slop.
Is it cursed? I think I'm going to take over reading the super chat.
You might have to.
Yeah.
I will say, because there was a party, a little bit of a social gathering here. I've pre-gamed a little bit harder than I sometimes.
I gotta play catch. Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, that's it. I'm now.
So do you know what? But do you know what Rosina's talking about here? This is all about if you're on the X, if you're on the Twitter. I don't like the kind of people who call it X. Frankly, that's for me a signal. If someone's calling it X, I'm like, I don't want to talk to you. It's the Twitter. It's the Twitter as far as I'm concerned. But the Chat GPT, Dave, this week they put out a thing where you can upload your photo and you just tell it to different style and it'll make it a different style.
I was not aware of that. I mean, I have the idea. I've seen Snapchat.
But the one style that the people are the kids, the kids are going to seems to be the go-to thing is the Studio Ghibli. Yeah. And so I've seen a lot of famous photos this week transformed Studio Ghibli style. I have not personally done it because I am not cruel to the environment like all the rest of you.
Okay. Calm down.
Did AI tell me which callers I should use in this A show? Yes, but that's a different thing. Anyway, the Studio Ghibli. Feel free to if you want Paul and Dave Studio Ghibli style, you can. You can screenshot if you know how to do that. And that's. I don't think
you can post it in chat here.
You can't. No, but it's a thing that could be done.
But if you put it on Twitter and tag Paul in it.
Oh yeah, or you put it on the Discord that famously doesn't have a room for the toast. I thought that was going to happen.
God, if only there was somebody who could make that happen, but I don't think there is. Yeah, certainly not hosting this show.
So look, anyway, we need to get started by the bottom of the hour here. So, Dave, are we trivia questioning first, or are we art belling first?
I figure we should do a trivia question first. So I'm going to explain the trivia game tonight, Paul, a little bit. Well, I'll explain it overall.
Yep.
Man, is it just me, or am I my video seems like it's fuzzy and a little.
You're a little bit pixely. You're a little bit 8-bit tonight.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about it. Anyways, so tonight we're doing our traditional. We got 8 questions, multiple choice trivia. So the way it works, right, is I will read a question. The question will be up on screen, and there will be 4 answers, numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. All you have to do, gentle viewer, is put the number of the correct answer in chat. So just type either 1, 2, 3, or 4. And Paul's amazing AI assistant, whose name is Garvis, will take all of these and tabulate the scores up. And at the end of the night, we will have a winner, and that winner will win a wonderful free toast-to-toast glass, a tumbler. The tiebreaker is how quickly you answer the questions, but we usually don't have ties. Usually the winner is just the winner. So it's much better to answer the question slow and correct than fast and wrong. That being said, Paul, the theme of tonight's show, so I had a little trouble. We talked about it, is a mix. There's two themes, alternating questions. Theme 1 is 2015, based, in honor of the year this show was originally recorded. Theme 2 is famously bad predictions of the future.
Oh.
So we'll get one question about 2015, one question about a famously bad prediction of the future, 2015, bad prediction, blah, 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 alternating like that. 8 questions, 4 of each.
And the reason for this will become apparent once we eventually get to the Art Bell show. Yeah. But for now, I think that's enough. Let me, should I get it going? Should I get this started?
Let's get it going. Let's just pop it off.
Let's get the countdown going.
Now I really want to see a Studio Ghibli, you and me. We
have Funko Pop-Us, but
we got Funko Pop-Us. Look at those handsome boys. What major sports event, Paul, did the United States win in 2015 for the 3rd time? Was it the Women's FIFA World Cup, the Women's Rugby World Cup, the Scott Tournament of Hearts, or the Men's FIFA World Cup?
Ooh. I think I remember this one. And I won't say more right at the moment, but I think I know. So I will say one of these I don't think the US is eligible for.
You are correct. One of those the US. What are the points if anyone can tell me what the Scott Tournament is?
One of these is, definitely more wrong than the others.
Yeah. I don't even think they call it that anymore.
Yeah, the Tournament of Hearts, which it did exist in 2015, would have been a bad guess, I feel like, for people. I think this was the famous...
know, that is Canada's Women's Curling Championship. Almost everyone got this correct. Yes,
this was the famous sports bra sliding across the field.
Yes, you are correct.
Yeah, I think that was the one.
Yeah.
Well done, everyone in the chat. We got...
There we go. That was a softball. And I'll be honest, I threw that in mostly to make Shannon happy, and she's not even here.
And she's busy laughing it up with other fuzzballs, but
she's probably having a better time, honestly.
That's impossible. Frankly, more fun than on Toast to Toast.
You and I can be a bit of a pill.
Nah.
Also, okay. I have to say, I wasn't going to but the GIF in me, it is not Studio Ghibli. It's Studio.
Is it Ghibli?
Hard G.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, shows what I know.
Yeah, it does show you.
I'm not often listening to the anime podcasts. So I mainly just I always give grace to people who know complicated words, but they don't know how to pronounce them, because that means they read, but they don't, but their friends don't talk about that stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, well, at least you use the word in context and you know what it's supposed to be.
You clearly know what this word means.
Yeah.
Obviously never.
And I feel a little bit sad. It's like, oh, you're not in any.
Oh, you don't have any friends.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So clearly I don't have anime friends. That's what's happening here.
I mean, but obviously you do. I'm literally sitting right here.
I'm just unwilling to.
Yeah, let's not.
The last anime I watched was Boy and the Heron.
Well, that was a pretty good one.
Yeah, and not unrecent.
No. 4 years ago. It was a little while. Like I can't remember. Yeah.
Anyway, but that's the last one I saw.
Yes, Tilting Windmill, you should.
My children, as one can expect, it's they're more into it than I.
They like the.
All right, so
yeah, let's get Paul.
Let's get some art. I feel like what?
We need a trivia clock.
Well, we need a trivia clock. Very good.
Trivia clock. Yep. When the drink strikes 12, it's time for another trivia question.
That's right. And I got the game paused, so we're good there.
Yep. Good there.
Okay, so we're gonna get to some Art Bell now. So I think Art probably he explains it well enough that we don't need to give any preamble. I don't think.
I was just about that. Okay. Yep. Good enough. Good enough.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert. I bid you all good evening. It's going to be a different kind of show because our guest could not get it going. His Skype connection had a big hum in it, and his emergency backup number was a cell phone, so that's not happening. What is happening is open lines, and that means...
I will say off the bat, you can definitely tell the audio quality compared to what we normally listen to.
Yes.
There's not the buzz and the hum of like someone recorded this off a radio onto cassette and then let it sit in there.
Yeah. But I also will say, like Art's voice is different. You can tell he's at this point he would have been 69 in 2015. So he's, starting to get up there. Yeah.
Anything in the world you want to talk about. However, I am going to do a little bit of a setup.
I think it's also we're saying at this point he was not regularly hosting the show.
No.
On a night-to-night basis. At this point, he was doing just periodic, guest shots. Not guest shots per se, but probably more like Jon Stewart is currently doing, right? Like where Jon Stewart's on like once a week.
Yeah. Well, and literally sometimes guest shot. He would still host coast to coast AM. When George Norrie.
But he'd back down from his 6 nights a week. Pace.
Yeah.
And
he'd taken a break for a couple of years and come back and then left again. Whatever. Yeah.
Did you learn if this isn't his actual technically last episode? I assume.
Well, I wouldn't. No. I'm sure not, because he passed away in 2018. So he. Let's just look it up. Last time Art Bell was on radio. So December 11th.
So this is pretty close.
Is the last.
So this was in August, I think, of 2015.
Yeah.
So this was near the end. All right.
This was near the end. Yeah. Within months of him hanging up his hat.
Now, not months of him passing, but just the months of his last.
His final retirement, last public radio appearance. Yeah. Someone's having a good time.
Someone's having a good time over.
It's everybody here at Toast to Toast.
That's right. Having a good time.
Woo. Woo.
I was going to do this Friday, but now I'm going to do it tonight.
And they're gone. Hurricane Shannon, she blow in.
Yep.
She blow out. And sometime Paul cry.
Someone's having fun, and Bella's confused.
Bella's so confused. Yeah.
Yes, Bella. I actually went to a whole different audio app today to try and see if I can avoid the clickiness.
Oh my!
And apparently that didn't work.
Tonight, first the rules of the show.
Kip's throwing shade in chat.
How so? What?
Kip has said while you're fixing the audio, he would like the record to show. So he's stating this publicly for the record.
Oh,
that Shanty blew off watching Severance with me to watch this.
Very good.
In chat, so maybe
we're obviously much better than Severance. We will do our best though to.
Okay, I can't.
I'm actually caught up. By the way, I'm caught up on the Severance.
You're all finished. You finished.
Yeah, I'm. We'll try and use very good We'll try and use our large vocabulary.
Yeah.
And our best dance moves, and maybe a waffle party.
I did. I don't have it on today. I did buy a new shirt this week. That's just black.
Oh, excellent.
The work is mysterious and important.
That's
there's nothing else. There's no logo. There's no anything.
I've seen that shirt in the wild, and it's great because it's so subtle that only those who know.
Yeah.
All right, I am swapping to our normal audio program because this one apparently sucks.
Well, things are tricky. Things are tough all over, Paul.
Things are tough all over.
Oh, I cracked a beer and I never poured it. I never poured it in the toast-to-toast glass. Is a beer even a beer if it isn't being lovingly contained in a toast-to-toast tumbler?
From the high desert. I was going to do this Friday, but now I'm going to do it tonight. First, do it tonight. First, the rules of the show. No bad language, only one call per show. The Belgab website, they're great people. People love our Bell, and midnightinDesert.com. Stream guys, they get it to you. LV.net gets it to them. And our sales guy, Peter Eberhardt, really a cool dude. If you want to advertise, it really works well here because we have so few ads. Your ad gets all kinds of exposure. Let's review.
We have carried on that tradition here on our show.
Yeah. Yeah, you think you have few ads, Art?
That's right. We also have that's right.
In a 4-hour show. So
it is bang for your buck if you sponsor.
I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
Throw in an extra $5 and I'll plug you twice. And talk about you on the show.
That's right.
A couple of things that have happened during the day before I launch with what we might do. On open lines nights, I never know. I'm going to open a special line tonight in case my time traveler of written fame would like to call in. That number would be, well, let's see, which one do I want to use? Well, let me decide about that. I've got a number.
I think in the swap to the audio I missed. So he had a guest booked. So I think I skipped over it. So he had a guest book, and we don't ever learn who the guest was.
No, we did hear about him. He did say that he had a guest book. There were audio issues.
Oh, okay, very good, very good.
Had a cell phone for his other thing, and it was.
Right, we did talk about that. Very good.
Yeah.
Number of numbers that I can use for a time travel. Now, here it is. I will use. It says here in fine. Well, I still don't know. I'll pick one of them. I do have a photograph on the website that I would like you to examine. It's pretty odd stuff. It's a UFO video captured by Homeland Security. They caught it on film and are analyzing it. Exhibited some very strange behavior. The source is remaining anonymous. The officials are assuring us that the source of this video is vetted and identified. That's the source of the video.
Are we assuming UFO? Am I just?
I mean, I don't know what he's talking about here. Yeah,
because there's a photo that Homeland Security took of strange behavior,
and officials have vetted it.
It's been vetted.
Mm-hmm.
This is a UFO. A UFO captured by Homeland Security. Who was ready for that? Not me. I'm going to do today what I was going to do Friday. Tonight's guest was unable to appear because his Skype audio was full of hum and his other phone was a cell phone. That always ends up, well, like the explosion in China. Have you noticed, ladies and gentlemen, that there is a tremendous amount of internet buzz about the month of September coming up?
This is
August. Next month.
Well,
never have
I mean, that doesn't surprise me even a little bit. September is literally the most important month of the year.
Well, because of your birthday?
Because of my birthday, because of Christmas in September, because of the day that
you
call it fate, call it the universe, maybe just a quirk of, statistical probabilities, but somehow the single greatest person to ever eat, live, breathe, or drink was born September 2nd, 1978. It's an undeniable fact, and the world changed, and here I am. And I got a D&D hockey jersey to prove it.
Now, remind me, if I remember correctly, you did have a birthday in 2015.
I did, yeah.
So they might be, so plausibly, they might be talking about your birthday.
The internet was probably buzzing about it.
Yeah.
I
This makes sense.
I've seen so much speculation about what would happen in one particular month. Some people believe that we will see an economic collapse next month. Others believe that there'll be some sort of historic natural disaster, plenty of those lately. Others are convinced that judgment of God is coming. So take your pick right now. Large numbers of Americans are stocking up on emergency food and supplies like crazy. I've never seen anything quite like it.
So, I don't remember anything.
I remember 2012. There was a lot of people doing weird. Like 2012 was when they
Yeah, the Mayan calendar.
The
whatever,
Mayan
right?
calendar shows that we're ending. So, but I don't know. I'm with you. I don't remember anything in 2015 being.
No, like politically, I can't remember anything crazy happening societally. Like there was no.
Well,
I mean,
okay, yeah,
like not anything that's like historically noteworthy. Like I said, that's when Obama won his second term. So like
no,
things were just sort of, wasn't it?
20. You don't remember what happened
Was that
politically in 2016, Dave?
Is that when Trump won his first term?
That's
I
when
guess
Trump
it
got
would
his
have been,
first
right?
term.
Oh, okay. So Obama, yeah, never mind. But
Obama was near the end of his term, like he was in his last year.
Near the end of his second
At this
term,
point,
right?
he was in his last, 15 months of, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, well,
No,
there you
but
go.
but you're right. Like that weirdness was 2016. You're absolutely right. Like so, it's a year away. So this was anyway.
Yeah, the election wouldn't even have happened in September of 2015.
No, it was a year off already. They were probably the primaries weren't even complete yet at this point.
Really going, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you and I are both Canadians, so maybe there was something happening in 2015, or there was a feeling.
Apparently, Art is telling us that the internet was. I always laugh when everyone says, "Well, it's all over the internet." Okay, is it? It's all over.
Yeah.
Weeks ago, the belief was expressed that chaos will begin once summer ends. If you look at the political world right now, it's happening now, isn't it? These are the last days. Maybe it's the last days, not of man and not of the earth, but of normal political life in America.
Well, that of all the predictions we're going to hear tonight, that might be the best one.
Yeah. The
end regardless of what you think, I think the end of political normalcy is a fair statement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only time will tell.
Only time will tell. People are saying it's the last days of normal life in America. Just about everything that we currently take for granted is about to be shaken. It seems a lot of people lately are having a gut feeling that something really big is about to unfold, but nobody knows what it is. So I think I'll use what I call my Roswell line, and I'm particularly looking for one time traveler, the one who wrote me the extensive treatise on time travel. It would be the Roswell.
Look, I know there's so many time travelers waiting to call in, but I'm looking for the specific one.
Yeah.
It's like
all you time tourists and
I mean, I'll entertain your little call for a few minutes here and there, but I'm looking for this one British time traveler.
Yeah, man.
Number, which is area code 7.
I can say this scotch is absolutely delicious. If you
Scotch.
It's a knock and it's wonderful. It's slightly sweet. It's fantastic. And you know what, Paul?
What's that?
Chock fucking full of empty calories.
Very good. Very good. Yeah. If I'd have known, my rum and Coke is generally filled with the Coke Zero.
Yeah.
If I'd have known who the sponsor tonight was, I would have got myself some regular.
And it's weird because I've had the sponsor online for so long. It's been so, weeks and weeks of notice I could have given you.
Yet here I am, foregoing the empty calories I could have been consuming. I'll just have to put more rum in. That's just what I'll have to do.
Paul was literally watching me create this sponsorship ad while we were doing our sound check 10 minutes before the show started. Is there even a can of just like regular Coca-Cola in your house?
There was a couple hours ago, but not now.
Fully sugared. Yeah.
Yeah, that we some of the guests here at our home tonight managed to
brought some real.
No, they didn't bring some. We managed to unload some of the regular that we had. People who are.
I have been trying to transition to the Coke Zero because I know it is much better for me, but it's not as good. It's just not as good. Although I did try this week the orange cream Coke Zero.
Oh,
and I actually quite liked it.
Why is the game not showing, Dave?
I don't know. It's trivia time.
It says I'm getting an error on the.
Oh. Are we losing? Do we have to start it over again?
I hope not. Let me just.
Honestly, pretty much everybody got the first question right anyway, so I feel like if you have to,
some error happened. Spring live update. Start again.
Well,
hold on. I'm just gonna.
I honestly think if we do that, it'd be. Plus, some people who missed the first question can join in now because we had some late joiners. While Paul bangs his alcohol-soaked mind against the technical difficulties of the trivia game, you can all take time to click like and subscribe. Hit that notify button, and just fucking smash that like button. Just crush it. Get on in there. It probably helps the channel or something. I don't know. I'm not. Oh, Timothy Harmon, I love Mexican Coke, but it is actually surprisingly hard to get in northern Canada. So, but it does show up every now and then, and when it does, it disappears immediately. Like, people buy it by the case because everybody here loves Mexican Coke. It's just rare to get and expensive when you do.
So apparently, yes, we will be having to redo. It looks like we'll have to redo question 1 for some reason.
Well, like I said, almost everybody got questions. So here you go. It's creepy now.
Keep in mind that everyone should know what the answer is.
What major sports event did the United States win in 2015 for the third time? Was it 1, the Women's FIFA World Cup? It was. It was 1. Everybody put
it was 1.
Yeah, it was 1. Number 2, Women's World Cup. 3, the Scott Tournament of Hearts. 4, Women's FIFA Cup. So, for people who don't know, the Scott Tournament of Hearts is the Canadian National Women's Curling Championship, and it is it's fantastic. My mom, big fan. She loves.
I do enjoy. In fact, Dave,
I do enjoy watching curling. I used to curl. I curled through school.
There is talk, Dave, here of me of someone's trying to recruit me to a curling team over here in Nova Scotia.
I was going to join, and then we found out. So me and some buddies were like, "Oh, it's like rec league curling. We're gonna go." And then it was like, "Yeah, league fees are like $3,500," and we're like, "Okay, well, no, thanks." Paul, here we go. What major sports event? Oh no, this is the same thing.
Oh, it's tabulating. Pardon me. If $3,500 is registration.
Yeah, it was like, I'm like, forget that.
No,
so we're probably gonna join a boiling league instead. There's surprisingly few people of Jewish descent in my neck of the woods of Ashanti, which makes me sad. I've known a couple in my life, but very few personally.
Yes, it's not a. When I moved to California, that was when most of my son's classmates were of Jewish self-identification and descent.
A lot of Polish people here. A lot of people here like Pepsi, which is not
Germans and Mennonites and
yeah. All right, that was it. Everybody.
Sorry, I'm just letting it count down naturally. I'm not trying to monkey with it because
that's good. Let it count
12
down.
seconds.
I can't actually see the timer because it's under the toast to toast.
No, you can't. But it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey, Paul, when did Bill Gates say,
"Oh my gosh,
we will never make a 32-bit"?
Oh man, I do remember this.
2000. Was it in 1994? Was it in 1989? Or was it in 1984?
Oh, that's a great question. I have a guess. I will save my guess for when.
Ooh, guesses are all over the map on this one.
I mean, I'm not certain. I'm pretty sure there's one. I'm pretty sure it's not. Give me your
answer while it's tabulating.
Yeah, when it's tabulating, I will. I'm guessing this is.
For those joining us late,
but again, not a accurate prediction. They did end up putting out a. So I think it's 89. I'm not sure.
It was 1989.
Okay, 89. And why? Remind me why he bothered even saying something like this.
I can't remember.
Was this in their fight? Because they were still. This is when Apple was still solvent.
Yep. Oh, absolutely. Apple was very solvent to that point. Make sure you pause it.
Oh yeah. Well, I got time.
I guess,
I don't remember why he said this, but yeah, he definitely was like putting out there. Hey, no, we're not putting out a 32-bit operating system.
Yeah, why would we ever? It's 16 slots. 640K is enough for anybody.
Yep.
That's another classic.
I do remember that, yeah. Funny. All right. Cool. That's it. Well, this is going to be a fun trivia night.
This will be a fun trivia night. Yep. So next question will be another 2015 one. So we've had the 2015, the bad prediction.
I assume that most of the people in the chat were alive in 2015.
I hope so. If you're not, you probably shouldn't be in this chat watching us two grown white middle-aged men get drunk.
Maybe
you're not old enough. You're not old enough to get that.
Maybe they enjoy our cringe. You don't know.
Something skibbity toilet. That's what the kids are into, right?
Right.
Ohio, I don't know.
You and your Riz. You've got Riz, right? Something, is that a thing?
That is a thing. I got it. Oh, yeah.
575-208-7787. I wonder how all of you feel about what's coming. There is a real jitter, a collective jitter going on out there about next month. I do give some credence to a collective jitter. I think there is such a thing as a community consciousness of some.
Michael's comment made me really laugh. That caught me right away. See that? I was
This
dead
one?
in 2015 for tax purposes. As somebody who multiple years in a row fully enrolled in a full course of classes at university and then dropped out of class 3 months later because that was the point when it counted for tax purposes, and then went and just worked the rest of the year. Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah.
Sort.
Yeah.
It makes sense to me that if something were coming like animals that sense a predator sneaking slowly up on them, suddenly they know, right? An animal suddenly knows. Human beings are the same way. We're exactly the same. Perhaps our sense has been dulled just a little bit about that sort of thing, but it's still there. And so if you feel like an animal with something sneaking up on you, then maybe you're part of this what the hell's going to happen in September group. Anyway, I'm going to open the lines. But what we are going to probably talk about tonight, although all these lines are blinking,
I mean, from an evolutionary standpoint, the animal, there is a survival advantage to being the paranoid animal versus the other animal. So sure, but
makes you real drag at parties.
Yeah, it does. I don't think there's any hamsters out there, but this year's going to be terrible. I just know it. Like that's.
Man, I don't know, man.
know what awaits. Truly, I don't. But I'm thinking that you're going to comment on this mass consciousness deal going on the internet. Laser Cat, hello on Skype.
Laser Cat here in Portland, Oregon. Our longtime listener, first-time caller.
KXL country, right?
Paul, as you said. So that the caller especially, that is by far the clearest audio we've ever heard for a caller.
Indeed.
On any Art Bell.
Now that they're using the Skype.
They're using the Skype. My blurry audio video is really starting to bug me. But I'm not gonna just restart my computer midstream.
No. But are you are you hardwired?
I am hardwired.
But do you have the Wi-Fi turned on while you're hardwired?
No, there is not even a Wi-Fi antenna on this computer.
Oh, okay, good. There you go. Because that is a solution I sometimes use.
Because I have the old school actual like tower thing. Not
indeed.
Yeah. So I don't know. And I don't know the best internet available in my geographic area, which is quite good actually. It is high-speed fiber. I don't know. You just, what are you gonna do?
You're just trying to make up for the fact that you're that much better looking than me, so you don't want to stand me up that much. Show me up. Yeah. Appreciate you.
Take your
country. My prediction. What's going to happen in September? Jesse Venture.
Oh, now you've frozen now, Dave. Oh.
Jesus. This.
But if you refresh your Video Ninja page,
is that going to fuck everything up if I do that?
You might be a polar bear for a second.
Oh, lucky audience.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we have a super chat. There you are. Oh, look, you're better.
Am I?
Yeah.
It's a little blurry.
You're much better, though.
Oh, okay. Well, good enough. All right.
We have a super chat here, Dave. Another one from Rosina. Appreciate you so much, Rosina.
Yeah.
Shards of Nanoglass handler Keller. R.I.P. Skype. Yeah, Skype is gone now. Skype. They actually recently shut it down. Just in the last few months, if I remember correctly.
Well, that's fair. My camera is not plugged into a 3.0 port because this computer is like 12 years old. Maybe I just need a new computer. That might actually be part of it. Yeah, Skype is bad. I love the polar bear too, AZ Cat. If I was gonna get a tattoo, we've talked about it.
Yeah.
A strong contender. That's a strong contender. Trouble is, you'd have to get a really good tattoo artist. It's like
you would. Yeah, you can't just go to a garbage one on the side of the road and drunken stupor.
If you were gonna, Paul, I don't know. So a mutual acquaintance of Paul and mine has started doing tattoos now.
Correct.
And there have been conversations, so I will probably get one this year.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, make sure that everything's clean.
Well, but I also will say they are a truly remarkably talented artist. So I have
absolutely on multifaceted.
Yeah.
If I was to trust anyone, for sure, they don't have a ton of experience on the skin yet.
A ridiculous perfectionist, like that's
true.
Like I have no doubt
you better block off a full day for that, whatever it's going to be. Yeah.
Make sure it's right.
I don't know. I might have said at one point I was leaning towards like an Oilers symbol because I will probably never cheer for a different team.
Yeah, that's classic. Misguided, but classic.
Sure. Or something with the kids' birthdays or the kids' names or something. But ultimately, I'm disinterested.
Well, there you go.
Blame Donald Trump in the presidential race.
You think so?
Yeah, that's what I hear.
I think he's going to go for a woman.
No, he's going to join forces with the body, and the Donald's going to go all the way.
You mark my words.
Wait.
Ooh, Paul.
Wait. Was he talking about Jesse Ventura?
Yeah.
Did I miss that? Was I just not paying attention?
He sort of said it, but it got broken up a little bit. He said like Jesse, but he was
Laser Cat here in Portland, Oregon. Art, longtime listener, first time caller.
KXL country, right?
KXL country. My prediction: what's going to happen in September? Jesse Ventura is going to join Donald Trump in the presidential race.
That ain't going to happen.
That oddly, that did not end up happening. Yep.
Mr. Ventura, Governor Ventura.
He was a governor at the time, so it's not an unreasonable.
Not a fan of
each other. No.
You think so?
Yeah, that's what I hear.
I think I know you don't follow the wrestling, Paul. Jesse Ventura has made amends with the WWE, formerly WWF.
Oh, interesting.
And has been forced out, and now has come in and done a couple commentating jobs with them. And, good for him.
All I know is that everyone hates Michael Cena now, or maybe that's a thing. Is that his name?
Maybe. Who's that? John Cena?
John Cena. Michael Cena is a different actor.
I'm like the actor?
No. John Cena, the Punisher. The Punisher, not Punisher.
Okay, yeah. He's the
Peacemaker. Peacemaker.
Yeah.
That's the only way I know him from. Yeah. Well-reasoned Superhawk leaves a member chat saying you should both get the Toast to Toast logo tattoo.
See, this is what we should do, though, for real. Now, that's a good idea. Here's a better one, well-reasoned.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a tiger tattooed on the back of my shoulder, and you get a polar bear tattooed on the back of your shoulder, because you know what, Paul? We got each other's backs. There you go. There's my buddy.
Yeah. Okay.
See, you say okay, but I don't think you mean okay. I think you're saying that because you think that's the fastest way this conversation will be ended.
Well, I'm in charge of this woman.
No, he's going to join forces with the body, and the Donald's going to go all the way.
You mark my words. Okay, fine. You and I will.
There was talk, right? Was it Sarah Palin that was maybe going to be his running mate?
There was talk at the time.
Yeah.
Have a bet.
You have
Jesse
a bet.
What do we?
Jesse's a libertarian. He's not a Democrat or a Republican.
Yeah.
Yeah. He does not like either political party. He ran as an independent. He was an independent governor, ran a libertarian independent. Yes, that is correct. We had little portmanteau. We were Michael Cera, John Cena as Michael Cena.
Yeah. That's right.
He's a socially awkward 6'4" muscly.
See, nailed it.
Yeah,
nailed it. Maybe this was ill-advised of me to do this stream. We'll see.
Fun fact: did you know John Cena has by far, I think, more than twice as much as the next closest, had done more Make-A-Wish appearances and things with the Make-A-Wish Foundation for Children than the next person. Like, it's something like 1,600. Like, it's an insane amount of,
like, more than any wrestler or more than any just other human.
More than any other human being.
Wow, impressive.
And like, again, like, it's not even close. It's like they're like Wayne Gretzky levels of kind of like thing,
right.
where it's like,
wow,
there's him, and then like the next three people combined don't equal his the amount of time he has spent with children who need Make-A-Wish. We aren't going to get into it here, but but he seems like a genuinely
I feel like so the whatever the bad guy persona going on in the wrestling right now feels like maybe perhaps put on in a way, but
there's a whole bunch I could get into about that. We're not going to.
I don't know.
Not a wrestling chat. This is not wrestling chat.
No.
Yeah.
It's probably illegal to bet money.
I was going to say $1, but it's only worth maybe 38 cents now. So we'll go with 38 cents.
It's a bet.
Okay.
All right. You'll have a 38-cent check from me that you can frame. I don't think Ventura has any possibility, especially in view of the recent remark that he made, not considered exactly pro-feminine. I think if he's smart, he'll go for a woman. That's what I say. All right, let's go to a time traveler. Now, this is a gentleman. I will not tell you where he's calling from, though. He has been sending me messages on Facebook, and I told him next time we have open lines, call in. Tell us you're a time traveler. Are you a time traveler? Hello, sir. Wait a minute. Make sure you're on the air. There you are. Are you a time traveler?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's have it. I'm very critical as I listen to time travelers' stories, so.
Art.
Yeah.
Did you not hear that? Yes, sir. Of course. Yeah. Who else but a future liver would do?
A future liver.
Yeah. My future liver is not happy right now.
He's fine.
Yeah.
It's got to be good. And what you've written to me was not bad. Let's see what you can do in person. Are you in the present time? You probably are calling me, right?
Yeah, it's the same day as you are.
By what method do you accomplish it?
I called your open lines, and I told you I use my motorcycle.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
I remember
your
now.
motorcycle.
Yes.
All right. Well,
that's me. I can do it walking. I can do it driving in a car. I can do it on a motorcycle. I have never flown in an airplane, so I have no idea if I could or even would want to.
I think time traveling while on a motorcycle.
Too. It's you just gotta.
Is this one of these does he think it's 88 miles per hour that he just has to reach? Is that what happens?
I mean, he says he can do it while he's walking. So
I guess not. Yeah, you have to walk very fast.
It has to be moving. Yeah.
Motorcycle time traveler
is worse than.
But this is clearly not the one Art wanted to call in.
I don't know. He said that the stuff you've written, so he clearly Art knows this guy.
Okay, but so Art just forgot the motorcycle detail.
Or was
placating him.
Yeah, for entertainmental purposes. Be like, how did you let it get a motorcycle? Oh, right, you time travel on your motorcycle. I forgot. Yeah.
Driving and texting, frankly, it just seems like, as I mentioned, I think last time, that you would reappear in another time where they've suddenly built a building. If you're on a motorcycle, that's just not going to be a good day.
You got to know your geography a little bit. Use a street that's going to be fairly empty and that you are hoping is going to be fairly empty wherever it is that you go.
But they are using the Back to Future model of the planet you're going to adjust to, you're going to stick to the coordinates that you're on, even though the Earth is spinning and all that kind of stuff's happening. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I was in Arizona. I was on 40. We were on our way up to Flagstaff. We were in an argument about Keter in 2036, and we ended up at the rest area. We ended up going to 2036. And yes, Yellowstone does go poof.
Is it your...
Okay, so Yellowstone is apparently gone
Is
in
erupting.
in 2036. Now it's interesting because if he's talking about 2036, there's gonna be things that maybe we just don't know. Maybe you and I.
Okay, just to rewind. He just say we were in an argument about something happening in 2036. What? What brought this up? And then, anyways, whatever.
You want me to
And
rewind it?
wasn't okay.
Well, here we got trivia time. We'll do trivia first,
trivia time.
and then
We got we got a 2015 question coming up here, Paul.
All right.
To be followed by a bad prediction question. But you'll have to wait. Everybody will have to stay and wait and chat and enjoy good times with Paul and I. And possibly have a drink, though it's optional. No pressure. And then you get to enjoy the wonderful bad prediction trivia, which are the more fun ones. I'll be honest. Oh, there we go. Hey, Paul, which of these 2015 movies won the Oscar for Best Picture? You're a big Oscar guy.
I know this one.
In 2015, was it Whiplash, yep, The Imitation Game, The Grand Budapest Hotel, one of my absolute favorite movies of all time, or Birdman? All 2015 movies.
I happen to
this one, although I'm actually not sure. I think all of these movies were nominated for Best Picture. A quick Google search would have told me the answer to that. I didn't.
I'm 3 of them for sure. I know this one.
The Grand Budapest was. I'm pretty sure that's what the bad.
Yes,
was.
No, there's 3 of them for sure.
But I'm curious about which one you think maybe wasn't.
Whiplash maybe not. Birdman was the 100% the winner. You don't think
Whiplash was nominated for Best Picture? I would comfortably bet money on that.
I don't remember because 2015. But 2015 was before they had the 10 nominees, right? Like they added that.
Yeah, but I mean, Whiplash was a big deal.
No, I'm just not. I'm not 100% convinced that it. Oh, it was. All right, you're right.
So the lesson here: never doubt Dave because he's always right.
Well, you weren't pitching that necessarily they all were. You were just sort of saying.
Okay.
Anyway, Birdman was very clearly the winner. That was a weird winner. What
did you think of that movie?
I liked it.
I did too.
It was obviously a commentary on
for the trivia game.
It was a commentary on Michael Keaton, in his how Batman kind of defined him. It's kind of funny that shortly after that, because of Birdman, people became interested in him playing Batman again.
Yeah.
Like that whole Flashpoint thing wouldn't have happened without Birdman. So interesting. Birdman, I thought the weird stuff in it actually took away from the rest of the film.
From just like the actual more
relatable. I think some of the esoteric parts were subtractive rather than additive, but I enjoyed it. Yep. I recently recommended it to someone. Someone actually recently asked me, should I watch Birdman? And I said, yes, you should.
Yes, you should.
Yeah. All right, trivia clock. Well done. 57% of the people, it is indeed, who managed to get that one right. A lot of people voted Grand Budapest. I assume you think the Grand Budapest should have won instead?
No, not realistic. Like I love it, but to say that it's was the best, like that was a strong year. All those movies, that was a strong year. These are all strong. These are all movies that in certain years probably could have won, but that year, like The Imitation. Well, out of all those, I actually think The Imitation Game is the weakest.
Imitation Game had it was an important film,
yeah,
but not a great film, right?
No, it felt to me like this is a movie that a studio is making to try and win an Oscar.
Yeah.
And this isn't any individual strong vision. This is a corporate thing. But it's a really cool and interesting story.
It's an important story. Like, I feel like everyone should watch it. Like, it's a great history lesson. It's important, but it didn't.
And Benedict Cumberbatch is a fantastic actor, and I really enjoy him in pretty much everything he does.
Like in Love or Hate Oppenheimer. Like, Oppenheimer actually was an important film, but also was just like crafted.
Yeah, Oppenheimer felt like but it's like this is clearly a Christopher Nolan film. Like Christopher Nolan, this is him. I think Oppenheimer to me, like I don't even remember who directed it. Like nothing about it is like this doesn't feel like
it was paint by numbers for sure. It was a paint by number biopic.
Whereas all of the other three felt like a very strong artistic vision. Like somebody's like, I have a vision for what this movie's gonna be.
Yeah,
like it or hate it. Even like the weird stuff in Bourbon, everybody was like somebody. It was like, no, this is going well, and
the other thing,
Life Aquatic is amazing.
What probably people may not remember was that Michael Keaton was essentially not a working actor.
No, just little bit parts here and there.
He's been doing because of Birdman, Beetlejuice 2 happened, and
he was Constable Dogberry in Much Ado About Nothing. Kenneth Branagh's rendition of Much Ado About Nothing, Paul, one of his most amazing. And actually, I do really love his rendition of that thing. I'll throw that out there. And for everybody, that's one of my favorite Branagh Shakespeare movies. But yes, no, he was just sort of living off Batman residuals. He wasn't doing a whole lot. Yeah.
Nope. All right.
He was in that Jennifer Lopez movie. I can't remember what it was called. Whatever. Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna go back to this motorcycle time traveler.
Yes.
Who, just to see what he has to say. I forget what we backed it up for, but
in another time where they've suddenly built a building. If you're on a motorcycle, that's just not going to be a good day.
I want to hear you're having an argument about 2036.
Oh, right. Yeah.
You're having an argument about 2036? What a weird... Anyways, yeah.
Know your geography a little bit. Use a street that's going to be fairly empty and that you are hoping is going to be fairly empty wherever it is that you go. When I was in Arizona, I was on 40. We were on our way up to Flagstaff. We were in an argument about Keter in 2036, and we ended up at the rest area. We ended up going to 2036. And yes, Yellowstone does go poof.
So, Paul, I'm no geologist, but I play one on TV.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I have watched on YouTube and talking to family members who are geologists, if the Yellowstone caldera actually erupts, I'm pretty sure that's like a third of continental USA gone. Essentially, like it's not just sort of a Mount St. Helens thing. It's like no, this is really, really bad if that actually goes.
I don't know why. It's pretty remote,
but it's massive. It's huge.
I mean, it's massive. So, but I mean, I think like anything, there can be any size of an explosion, right? Like there can be
yeah.
But you're right. If Yellowstone is gone, like if the mountain is gone,
yeah.
No, something pretty bad happened, and there's enough population centers around there that something. I
guess so. I just looked up because I was funny as I was actually watching this. The YouTube video I specifically watched about this, which was what if Yellowstone erupted in the same way it erupted the last time it erupted? Like if it happened again, and it was like, well, first thing is like 2/3 of the continental United States is just gone. And
wow. Okay.
Because it's very large. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. One of them, they're super volcanoes. Like
device. Normal motorcycles don't get you from here to 2036 or any other year, right?
No, it's me. I don't. Let's put this way.
All right, then if it's you, that's fine. No. Hold on. I can go with that. It's you. What is it that you do that enables you to time travel? Describe to us what you do.
Well, some of what I told you in Facebook does not go out, but basically you make a door, you put yourself into your own bubble reality. Some people will understand what I'm saying. And then you go to the next side, which is the reality that you want to be in.
Is this done by your will?
It is. It's done by will. It's done through meditation. You learn when you practice occult, you learn how to make your own bubble, your own protective shell. Well, it's the same thing. You're making your own little universe inside that bubble.
An obvious question is, and people always want.
So, okay, so he makes a bubble.
Yeah.
And if you know how, so anyone can just make a bubble if you're in a cult, if I heard him correctly. Anyone in a cult can just make a bubble.
Occult, not occult. But
occult. Okay. All right. So occult. So this is a supernaturally thing. Okay, fair enough. So you know how to make a bubble. Everyone, if you're in the occult, you just know how to make a bubble. I guess I'll take you for your word there. But he knows how to make the bubble also have a universe inside it.
Yeah.
So he gets into the bubble.
Art's about to ask some follow-up questions, Paul. So maybe, maybe
I'm just trying to recap. I'm trying to recap what we've heard so far.
Put him on a shelf for a minute and let this guy explain himself. All right.
Is there a way to prove what you're saying?
Oh, there is, but do you really want that proof?
Well, I think I do.
Do you realize I was sitting here today thinking about what I was going to talk to you about on Friday?
Yeah.
And do you really want that? That's like, be careful what you wish for.
Extraordinary claims.
All right, he's stalling. What am I going to come up with? Are you sure? Do you really want to know?
Careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Once I give you this proof, this amazing proof that's going to change everything.
Yep. Don't say I didn't warn you. Once I told you.
Yeah.
So again, and he didn't actually give me any more technical details. So you get into a bubble, you fill the bubble with another universe. He's learned to do that. And then when you get out, you're at a different time.
Yep.
To
Okay.
require.
Because here's the thing, Paul. The other universe, like, it's not this universe, and time is just a direction. Time's a flat circle.
Sure.
Right? So, like, once you step out of it, right, it's easy to. It's like when you're on the ladder, you can only go up and down one rung. But if you go completely off the ladder, well, like, then you can just step onto any rung you want to when you get back on it. You know,
you didn't hear me. I wasn't poo-pooing the notion. I was just.
I'm just trying to. I understand that in some ways, you know, your paradigm is narrow.
It is narrow. I will say. Yeah.
So you have a hard time imagining the ladder and how you can fill the universe outside the ladder.
I am. Yeah, so I'm on board with the occult bubble. Apparently, if you're in the occult, you can make. Everyone knows how to make the bubble. I just like how the next step was fill it with a different universe. It's like
fill it with a different universe. Yep.
Like that's your baking instructions. It's like you preheat the oven, fill it with another universe, and then
like
get out.
I assume you haven't, but if you ever looked up, is somebody like so? For example, have you ever watched Tasting History, the YouTube channel? What's his name? Max. So he's a guy who makes famous, like he'll make historical recipes. He'll try and make like Roman or right. But a lot of the recipes from like 300 years ago are like, and then prepare a hair in the usual style. Right? That's the thing. It's like add the normal amount of cinnamon, and he's like, "What the hell's the normal amount of cinnamon? What does it mean to prepare a hair in the usual style?"
Right? Yeah.
Like, and that's all that it is.
That's hilarious. Love it.
Extraordinary proof, exactly. And I understand what I'm saying is totally unbelievable. You don't know me from Adam, and why should you believe anything that I'm telling you?
See, there you go. Yeah.
So that said, what
I could bring you back a newspaper from 100 years ago. I could.
That would.
I mean, I suppose if you brought back a newspaper from 100 years ago and it was fresh, but there's like lots of ways to forge a newspaper from 100 years ago.
I gotta feel if you actually got a newspaper from 100 years ago and brought it to a lab, like it wouldn't be definitive, but there'd probably be enough people to be like, this is like paper from 100 years ago and ink.
How so? Because the carbon dating, like, right? Like,
no, but I feel like the chemical composition of paper thing, like it wouldn't be a conclusive proof.
Sure.
It'd be like,
and do we still have a?
This isn't the paper we make today. This isn't the newsprint we make today. Like this is.
So actually, if we still have a, I don't know if we do, but if we still have a Kip Davis in the chat, this is something I've learned from Kip.
Yeah.
Because he's investigated a lot of Dead Sea Scroll forgeries.
Yeah.
And he's right. He often will say the hardest part of getting a forgery right is getting the paper right.
Yeah. Right.
And so he said the most successful forgeries are often you actually find a document from that time.
Yeah.
And then bleach off whatever it was that was written there and like rewrite over it. So you're probably right. Like you're right. If I like the stock white paper that I'm getting at Staples.
Yeah. Or the old
or even newsprint. Even if I got myself a roll of newsprint, yeah, they're gonna say yeah.
God damn it, Kip. Daredevil streams. You can watch it literally anytime, and
That's right.
I do want to watch any of it.
Oh, have you not watched any of it? Then no. I will shut up about my my thoughts.
Is it good? As somebody who loved Netflix Daredevil and has hated many Marvel shows, like just thumbs up, thumbs down. Like, should I watch it, Paul? Or you know me, will I just get angry watching this show? Yes. Don't give me that look.
You will get angry watching this show.
Okay, I'll probably still watch it, but temper my expectations. Is Joe Bernthal good in it? Like, I know the Punisher shows up at some point, right?
So I hope he's in it. So far of what's aired, he's only been in one scene.
Yeah,
and was excellent.
Okay.
But I do feel like if that's the only scene that he's in, that it's like, well, you just wanted to like. Everyone's like, hey, you liked Punisher, right?
I did.
Yeah.
Shoot a bunch of bad guys, make it R-rated.
So they have announced
good.
So Bernthal, though they have announced he is involved in the writing team that wrote a Punisher special that they're going to be filming, like basically a made for streaming movie Punisher. So here's movie.
I have a hard time imagining Disney doing a good Punisher show because a good Punisher show has to be R-rated. And
so I will say they have gone ahead. The series that you will watch, the Daredevil series, definitely R-rated.
Okay, well that's something. That's good.
The violence is nasty.
They're not afraid to like show some blood and like here's some guy just getting shot in the head. And
I've rolled around on the couch about some of the things I've been seeing on the screen for sure. But that said, I also feel like they're leaning too heavily on the F word.
Okay.
They're kind of like, hey, we can say this word as many times as we want.
We are.
Right. It's like, well, I feel like you're just doing this gratuitously at this point because, anyway.
Let's just imagine a universe where the Book of Boba Fett was an R-rated show and he became an actual crime lord.
Oh well, that would be good. Yeah,
like that would have been amazing. But that's not the universe you and I live in. You know what, Paul? Though we can have that universe. Just step one, make a bubble in the usual way.
That's right. Yeah. Fill it up with the universe.
Yeah.
And then get out in the universe you want to get out in. That makes sense.
Yeah. So, but Deadpool's kind of a different thing, Vishanti. Like, Disney clearly like, well, we have the Golden Goose, this Deadpool thing that we don't want to mess with the formula. So we're going to do more of the same. Traditionally, the Marvel stuff has not been. And they're trying to if they're trying to tie it into their larger Marvel universe, which Deadpool clearly is not, then I was worried they're gonna like, well, we got to make Deadpool PG or PG-13.
So
Daredevil, not Deadpool.
You saw the casting announcement, right? For Doomsday.
Which no.
So Marvel yesterday put out literally a
7-hour
casting announcement stream.
You know a little bit about my week. I don't know if you have so like I was telling Paul yesterday. Last night I slept for like 12 hours. Dear streams, previous to yesterday, I had slept for 2 hours in a 40-hour period because it's still carried on. My work, there was a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not going to get into it. This week was hellish for me. And so, no, I did not see any 7-hour stream of Disney Cast. I haven't been on social media. I haven't seen any news.
So it's funny because I actually saw the 1-minute version late in the day. I was completely unaware that they'd been jerking people's chains all day long. So what they did was
what's this big news?
They set up on a giant stage, something like, I'm going to say 20 to 30 different of those directors' chairs.
Okay.
With actors' names on the back.
Right. And you got the whole, it's an Avengers movie, so you got the whole.
So in the 7-hour version, apparently they, like, for every 12 minutes they shifted from chair to chair.
Okay.
I saw the version that was 1 minute where it was literally just a very quick pan where you could
we heard the list of names.
But anyway, all I want to say related to what you is Channing Tatum is in the list.
Oh. Okay.
So when you say Deadpool's clearly not involved with the universe, I will let you decide what level of spoiler you want. But that one's like, I mean,
in a way he was, because it brought in the TVA and stuff, right? So it clearly tied in with the larger Marvel.
Yeah, this is what I want to say is but Channing Tatum is the most definitive thing from Deadpool.
Channing Tatum's Gambit was amazing.
But you can't say that was from a different movie because it's clearly not.
Oh, no.
That's the only movie where it's ever existed.
Yes,
and that's coming in.
Because the whole joke is that this is the thing that never got it was the cut.
Yeah. So they don't also confirm that he will be playing Gambit. They don't actually confirm who anyone's playing.
Speaking of multiverses and alternate timelines, Paul, this doesn't really make you that. This week on YouTube, somehow it came in my feed. The VeggieTales episode, the chocolate bunny.
Oh, hilarious! The bunny.
While I was on a long car trip, I listened to the whole thing, and I'm like, "Now this is still awesome." Yeah. Good morning, George. How are you? I hope you're doing fine. I'd love to fine. And talk, but it's almost 8 o'clock, and I haven't got. You know why, Paul? Because we worked
so hard at the chocolate
factory. We worked.
You picked a key I can't do.
Sorry. We start at 8 and we don't get lunch till 3. I have to make it work. No, I got to drive a truck to make a buck so I can send it home to my family.
I have bad news about the trivia. It's just broken again.
Oh my God, this is a disaster. What's happening tonight?
So the host site that we used for this thing is just down. Like it's just giving me
down.
Yeah. Well, it's not. It just keeps giving me errors.
Okay. So, this won't be official and there won't be a Tumblr. Should I just read the question out and people can answer and we can still have fun?
I suppose. I'm disappointed. Yeah, I'm sorry, everyone.
This is too. We're sorry, but you know what? It's a third-party site, and we
the don't show must go on,
and that's it. Yeah.
All right.
VeggieTales is very much not a Canadian thing. It was in Canada.
It was an evangelical thing.
It's an evangelical thing that Paul and I both think. But I will say it was a very it was a well done for what it was, evangelical thing, and I still have respect for Phil Vischer.
I do too. Who's been a guest on my show?
Yeah.
Yep.
What he did with the resources he had and went, I think, is commendable, just from a purely go. And I think he's a good guy. I think Phil Vischer is a good guy. Like, you can disagree and still, and not hate the other person, right? Anyways, so is that the plan, Paul? Or are we just gonna?
Yeah, we're just going for so we had. I guess we had question 3 there.
Last was the Oscar picture, right?
Yeah.
The Oscar question. Okay, so this is so we're into question number 4, which is a bad prediction question. So I'll just read it out and we'll just give everybody a little bit of time. And you know what, Paul? You can play along too.
I can play along. Point. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
A Tumblr is not on the line. So, whatever. Probably not enough super chats. That's probably the problem. Anyways, hey, Paul, a Boeing engineer famously said, there will never be a bigger plane built, while referring to the 247, the Boeing 247, which seated how many people, Paul? Did a Boeing 747 seat 50 people, 10 people, 100 people, or 69 people? How many people? Don't you fucking Google it,
I'm
Paul.
Googling. Boeing
son of a bitch.
I don't know. Boeing 247. Like when? What year? I wanted to know what year that was. Like what year? I guess you're not going to tell me.
I'm not going to tell you. This is the truth.
I think that it's I'm 69 can't be the answer because that's just that's just.
I will tell. Okay, I'll give you a hint. All right. So a Boeing 247 was produced in 1933. This is the year that came from.
So,
yeah.
I don't know. I'm not. What were the first two answers?
Nobody expects you to know this. Just all right. Was it 50 people?
Yeah.
10 people.
I go with 50. I think 50.
100 people or 69, which is the
100
most
is too many. 69 is too funny.
It is funny. The answer is 10. A Boeing 247.
Wow.
Seats 10 people. And an engineer, in not a joking way, said there will never be a bigger plane. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
10 people in the sky? Are you fucking crazy? Yeah.
Amazing. I love it.
Yeah.
Bad predictions.
Should we just blow through the trivia, or should we save them on the trivia clock? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, let's save them on the trivia clock.
We'll save them on the trivia clock. We got a lot of time we got to kill. Let's milk this.
Bringing back something.
Wait,
we're still on the first time traveler. We need to move that along.
We need to shut up. It's me.
World War II.
Wait, you could get a newspaper from 100 years ago.
Yes.
Ancient could be done, but I'd rather have one from 2036. Give me that. I'll be impressed.
That's
everything in the newspaper would be things that didn't happen as of yet. And when you get something from the future, it's like reading the last page of a novel before you even start the novel.
I don't want a newspaper from like 2036. I want a newspaper from like next year, right? Something that I can test in a
yes, even better, so that you don't have to wait 10 years to know if you're right.
Yeah, or in 2015, was it 20 years to know?
I suppose. Right. Yeah. I'm hearing some clickies again. So.
Yeah, I heard it too. Weird. This isn't our. We're not putting our best foot forward tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right, because even now, like if a time traveler, we'd still be waiting. If in 2015 we had a paper from 2036, we'd still be waiting to know whether some of the things happened.
Like waiting a long time. We're not even close.
Yeah. That said, if it said certain things, if the articles, you'd have to, I guess, if you're faking it, right? Like you'd have to write a whole paper full of articles. Even in 2015, you should have been known that newspapers were probably not going to be a thing, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you show me a newspaper from 2036, I'm already going to be like, I feel like you're lying. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
You think? I mean, if your article from 2036 says BlackBerry stock ups 300% in the last year, besides being unbelievable, it would be a way to get rich, right?
Yeah.
Nobody'd believe it anymore. Is there anything you could bring me?
I feel like 2015 BlackBerry was already like almost dead, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Research and motion. Did you watch the movie?
I did. It wasn't. That was another. So I felt that was another one. It's like important story. I'm glad to know all the things, but in terms of like, was it crafted in a way that was made it like
no. That is very true. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was made by CTV, I think, right? Or CBC or something.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
From 2036, that would be proof like.
If I could get my hands on them, probably. What, a hoverboard?
A hoverboard. Oh, heck yeah. A hoverboard.
Lexus already released a hoverboard, but it doesn't work unless it's over a sheet of copper.
Did you say
Lexus? You have not seen that yet? Oh. You haven't seen the videos?
No. A Lexus hoverboard.
Lexus has released a hoverboard. It works.
Yeah, that's not he's talking about in 2015 Lexus had done a. That's not something from 2036, my friend.
No. Well, but so Art is saying, I really want to see a hoverboard. And he's like, there's hoverboards now.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Better art. Yeah.
Now they make their own parks.
Wait, let's be clear. Is this happening now?
This happens now.
Well, then you're giving me current news. No, I hadn't heard it. It's cool, but I thought you were giving me news from 2036.
A hoverboard that actually works without a sheet of copper, like Back in the Future. A real hoverboard that we would think of as a hoverboard, but we don't have hover cars. Where's our cars? The oil companies won't let that happen.
We still have oil companies in 2036.
We still drive the same.
That is actually, I'm with him. Like I am. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? We still have oil companies. I'm even now, like 2025, we've still got oil companies.
Yeah. We need oil for a lot of things besides gasoline, Paul. Yeah.
I know, but we're still reliant on that stuff.
Still reliant on
same cars as we did now in 2036. Only it's got more computer stuff than you believe. Yes.
Time traveler guy. What I want to know.
Yeah, this is a bad prediction because he's basically saying all the cars are gas cars, and of course we now know 10 years hence from where he is that it isn't the significant portion maybe some wish that it would be.
Yeah,
but there's a reasonable portion of cars that are sold that are not gas. So
out of modern
cars,
manufactured, still sold new, I would guess probably in North America, I don't even know if half vehicles are between hybrid and electric. I think it'd be tough. I don't know.
Yeah, but a significant portion are
non
right. Where his thing is like no, all the cars are still gas in 2036. Yeah. And it's like, even if we have to, between now and 2036, revert back, that's not how a time traveler would phrase it. You'd say, well, we tried electric, and it didn't work because of X, Y, and Z. And so we're back.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
But it turns out Elon Musk
they still...
That's right. So. Turns out, we not everyone loved Tesla, so...
Mm-hmm.
Burn gasoline. There are a few cars out there that do, well, the very rich have them. Nobody else has them that do fly.
I mean, even today we've got cars powered by electricity, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, well, what can I say?
Okay, well, hey, I'll take what I get. So we still have cars running on gasoline.
What? Oh, you've proven me wrong.
Look, man.
Well, what
do I look like?
I don't know to tell you, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
We had someone generously.
The Department of Transportation chief. Fuck, I don't know. They don't have electric cars.
Yeah. We had Scotty Orange
making it range.
Yeah, making it rain with the gifted
range. I said
Paulogia live membership. So yes. Welcome to all the people who became Black Box Club members.
Congratulations,
Vernon, Claire, and the Ronan and Super Freak.
Tractal.
Sure.
Yeah.
Welcome all of you.
Welcome. Hey, Olivia Williams, Paul, has a member chat.
Was hybrid a thing in 2015? I would say not popular, not commercially.
But it existed.
Yeah, it existed, but I don't think it was a commercially. I don't think any of the major manufacturers were doing hybrids yet,
or not a lot of them.
Yeah,
there were. I'm pretty sure there were like Toyota and something were like putting out hybrid vehicles back then, but not a lot of them. Yeah, that's a good. See,
that's actually depressing. What kind of shape is the U.S. in 2036? Have we revived our infrastructure, or are we like a new
great
country,
again, Art. It's great again.
Still potholes.
2036 things are more like they would have been in Nazi Germany. What I mean is, you have to be very.
Whoa! Oh shit!
Oh damn!
That's actually maybe he's legit. In 2036, yeah. The America's more like Nazi Germany. Yeah. is what he just predicted. Okay. I'm okay. My skeptic bones are washing away there. Maybe he's on to something.
Well, okay, yeah.
Very careful. Your show does not exist in 2036. Your type of show
be long gone by then. Thank God.
Sadly, that's true. Art's show is gone, and he was long gone.
Yeah, he sadly is many years deceased at that point.
Mm-hmm.
It's all gone. You have to be very careful. Everybody tells on their neighbor. It's everything that we're scared of losing right now.
That's a pretty horrible future.
Yellowstone.
I see why you're enamored with the past.
Yeah, that's why I love the past.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else that I failed to ask that I should have?
Oh, I don't know. I talked to Dr. J. He's talked to me extensively. If I could give a shout out to the swamp. Hi, guys.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. I'd be careful on that motorcycle.
Wait,
the worst fucking time traveler call I've ever heard. That was sad.
So shout out to the swamp.
Yeah.
And he talks a lot to Dr. J. I feel like these are things I don't know what they are.
I think he's just his buddy Jay. Shout out. Swamp number one.
He was shouting out to the swamp. Yeah.
On the international Skype, you are on the air, I think. Hello.
Is this me?
It is.
Hey, Bell, how you going, mate?
I'm well, mate. And where are you calling from?
Australia, of course.
Australia. Excellent. I was hoping England, so...
Is this... It sounds like someone also pretending to be Australian.
Well, but that's the thing about Australians is they all actually sound like that.
It's the pose law for Australia, where it's like, I
could brag that I got paid by somebody in London. And, when you get a check, I just throw it in the checkbook for the next time I go to the bank. And I thought it was for $390. And I looked down at it when I got to the bank and it said 390 pounds. I went, yes. It's like 1.45 or something like that. Better than dollars.
Yes, a lot better than dollars.
How's the Australian dollar doing?
Not good against the American dollar. I think we're buying...
Again, this show is not financial advice.
Yeah. Not as good as a pound. Yeah.
60 cents to the dollar, I think.
Yeah. It's the world right now. Everybody is so scared that everybody is rushing to the dollar for safety.
Yes, it seems that way. Anyway, I called about the time traveler thing.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't call to talk about fucking Australian exchange rate.
I'm a time traveler. Don't talk to me.
What's the in Arizona? I do like that.
Do you call it mac and cheese or macaroni and cheese in there? Well, look.
Anyways, I can get back to the time traveler thing. Yeah.
In what sense? I mean, are you claiming to be one?
I am claiming to be one.
Oh, my. Okay.
Would you like me to get into it?
I absolutely would. A time traveler from Australia?
No, let's talk more about how much the Australian dollar is worth.
Yeah. Why is milk so expensive? What do you think? When I was a kid, movies were like $4. That's weird, eh?
Hell yes, go.
Yes, I was born 17 hours in the future. So I'm always 17 hours ahead. They call
That's
me
pretty cheesy, sir. I mean, you're referring to the time difference between myself and you?
No, I'm talking about universal timeline.
You're saying, okay, let's use GMT. Right? Are you claiming that you were born 17 hours fully ahead of anybody's time zone?
Correct, yes.
That must be a real problem for you. I mean, how are you even calling me right now?
Well, where I am, I can call and do everything else. It's not until events happen that I get summoned and then sent places.
Okay, events happen, things happen. You get summoned by who?
Can't really give you the name, but yeah,
it's a
letter agency. And yeah, I'm like a contractor. I get probably 5 or 6 calls a year.
So like a time contractor, right?
Yeah, like a time contractor.
All right,
exactly.
Hold on. I got a break. We'll be right back. Mr. Time Traveler from Australia.
Okay,
You're back on.
Okay, so
this is getting, yeah.
All right, so he claims, honestly, you would love to have as a consultant for your company, some guy that you could occasionally call up and say, look, tell me 17 hours from now, there's this piece of information that would be great for me to know.
I mean,
like who won the Super Bowl?
Literally billions of dollars. Well, or even, hey, you should probably sell your Enron stock right now.
Oh, right. Yeah, right.
The things like that, where it's like, oh yeah, you could save hundreds of billions of dollars in certain things. If
and 17 is perfect. 17 hours is perfect because it's the markets would like be open, like still be open for you, right? Like the markets, So perfect. Yeah, no, I get it. I get that would be of the various time travel things.
Not
financially
every day, but certain days.
That's the thing. No, so that's why it's maybe not you're not a full-time employee, but you have them like as on your Rolodex.
Well, then something happens, you can be like, hey, send 17-hour Jason, to head office in Flint, Michigan. Have him tell him, you should really invest in, Apple's about to release an iPod. You should probably get on that, right?
Well, that you can't maybe fix that, but hey, someone's shot at the president. Maybe someone should go up on the roof around there and maybe not let them shoot at the president so much. Maybe I slipped into a very bad Norm Macdonald impression there for a second.
It almost was. I was thinking it's like, you sound like Norm Macdonald. Maybe don't shoot the president. Oh, it's a terrible Norm Macdonald impersonation.
Here.
Hello.
What else can you tell us about time travel from your perspective that we should know?
Well, there's nothing on my timeline that's any different to the timeline that everyone else is living on. It's quite hard to explain. I was born 17 hours in the future, and so basically time catches up to where I am.
Out of curiosity, how old are you in linear years?
I'm 31. I was born the 29th of August, 1985.
See, I was wondering if the moment you were born, you sprung that many hours into the future.
I was born on base.
Military?
I grew up in Alice Springs, so that's the only clue I'll give some savvy people.
What else can you tell us about your method?
Savvy?
Maybe it means something in Australia. I don't know.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Savvy. So, Dave, we got a trivia clock going.
Oh my goodness, trivia clock. Okay, so we're doing this. So it's just time. So I'm just going to read out.
You're reading the question. And we're all going to just be entertained.
We're just having fun. Just some blokes.
It's just hanging out. It's low pressure now at this point. Yeah, that's right. It's all for fun.
And you know what? You and I have toast tumblers. So
that's right. We're already in the Tumbler Club. We don't need more.
We're already in the Tumbler Club.
Well,
a couple people in chat here tonight are in the Tumbler Club. Nobody else is joining tonight. We'll just review again next time to get somebody in the Tumbler Club.
Indeed.
All right. Hey, Paul. So we had a famously bad prediction question last time, the Boeing 247. So it's time once again for a 2015 trivia question. Are you ready, Paul? You were alive.
I'm ready.
You were famously alive in 2015.
I was. Yep.
I remember anything about 2015. Everyone was talking about, man, Paul's still alive. So you will definitely nail this, right?
I was going to joke. In 2016, not everyone was so sure, if you recall.
Well, yeah.
Anyway, 2015, I was just walking around with impunity.
You were just walking around on a care in the world.
That's right.
Just fucking cock of the walk.
Yep.
All right, Paul. Paul, tell me, what was the name of the probe the ESA, the European Space Agency, landed on a comet in 2015? Ooh. The first time any human physical interaction with a comet. Yeah, the name of the probe.
Okay.
The European Space Agency landed on a comet in 2015. Okay. Tell me, Paul, was it the Sonde Comet 4, the Niflheim, the Rosetta, or the Reisender?
I have absolutely no idea. None of those ring a bell.
Probe the ESA landed on a comet 2015. Was it the Sonde Comet 4, the Niflheim, the Rosetta, or the Reisender?
The chat seems to be going to Rosetta. I assume it was the Milfheim.
It was in fact the Rosetta. It was the Rosetta. The others are just cool European words. Yeah. Sonde Comet 4 is literally just Comet Probe 4 in French.
All right.
It was the Rosetta.
All right. Well, back to the Australian time traveler.
Back to the Australian time traveler.
Of time travel.
Basically, I get flown around just like a normal person gets on a plane and flies somewhere.
Right.
Yet I arrive before the event.
And your job is?
I'm called a fixer.
Okay, fine. Yes. You just chill. Whatever. Language. We got too many language nerds in chat. Y'all need to relax.
So something obviously has gone wrong in the timeline through somebody else's error or some other time traveler screwing up or just history going sideways or something.
It's usually the former, yeah. It's usually just normal terrestrial people making the wrong decision and shaking things up a little bit.
And so you fix these things and time flows smoothly.
So I wouldn't say smoothly, but it flows differently.
Yes. Do you like your work?
I love my work, yes. It's been a lifelong thing. I didn't get employed or fired. I was born into it.
That actually feels like it could be a network TV style show, like not a streaming show. It's not high enough quality, but like back in the day when they were willing to do, what was the Bakula show?
I was gonna say Quantum Leap.
Quantum Leap, or whatever. Yeah, like shows like that where it's like, oh, he has to quickly fix time. He has to quickly fix problems.
Right. What once went wrong, Paul? Wasn't that the tagline? Whatever. Yeah.
So he's he's aware of problems and he's quickly, which ones can I?
Jersey has like the different outlines of the different types of dice that you use in D&D.
Well, you are a nerd.
I cannot tell you how the quantifiable joy that I feel from wearing this. Yeah, I'm very happy.
It looks good on you, and I like the it's a nice color. Everything's good on you, of course. I like the color, the teal. It's good.
It's good, yeah.
Although teal isn't specifically to me a D&D.
Pretend you shut your mouth. That's it. Yes. No. Well, there was also there's a red one that they had, a red and black, because the red box is like the famous first.
Yeah.
D&D. I just like to wear this one.
Yep. You don't get a lot of earth tone hockey jerseys.
No.
Your work never
One
involves...
of the jerseys I own, Paul, even though I own several hockey jerseys, I have a Lanny McDonald's one, obviously. Obviously, right? But one of the jerseys I own, even though I was never actually a fan of the team, I just loved the jersey to death. I have a Pat Verbeek Hartford Whalers jersey.
Interesting.
Because the colors and the logo, it's one of my all-time favorite.
Did you see the game that the Carolina Hurricanes this year played one game in the Hartford jerseys this year?
The retro jersey they do this year was the. Yeah.
I liked that. That was classy.
Yeah. I thought. It was
and of course the Whalers. You remember how they got the name?
No, I don't. I don't know how they got the name.
Because they originally in the WHA, the World Hockey Association. They were actually the WHA-lers. The way.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, there you go.
Yep, it's a bit
I thought it was
trivia
because
there.
they were based in a part of the world where whaling was once a
Well, I'm sure it was combination, but the first season they capitalized all three of the WHA lures.
Yeah.
What
I will.
Does it?
So, what in your mind, Paul? Like, what is the? You don't have the trivia clock going for one thing, but. Like just objectively, aesthetically, what do you think the nicest hockey jersey?
Pittsburgh Penguins. I think the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Oh, for me, it's the Blackhawks.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I've always loved that jersey. That's
They've kept that going. I think the Penguins have been.
Wow, Penguins isn't even in like my top 5. That
no. For me, that's the ultimate classic. And it's not because I love the team, because I hated Mario Lemieux and okay. So I mean, what's in your top? Like Sharks? What's in your top?
Whalers again. I mean, this is probably like there's absolutely bias here, but I do I have always really liked, especially the classic Flames jersey. I like the C with the flames behind it because I kind of like the more. But in hockey,
well, let me ask: Did you think the Atlanta? Because you basically you carried across the Atlanta Flames design.
Yes.
So you would say that even the Atlanta Flames design.
Although I legitimately, and this is like, I think the C with the flames behind looks better than the A with the flames behind. Like just the shape of the letter.
Okay.
Like it looks.
I realize that we're now without Kip in the chat. We're talking to no one
Kip's
at this
in the
point.
chat.
Oh, okay. Well, all right.
But other the I'm trying. I really like the Sharks logo. I've always
the
liked
Sharks when they came in shook up how basically they shook up the whole like how we can design hockey jerseys that look like this. Like wow, what was that? I think
I don't know if you made top 5. I liked the modern Winnipeg Jets logo. I really liked.
You see, I'd have to go down the line and go classic. So I think the Leafs have always been classy.
The Leafs have always been classy. Like I'm like the Leafs and Canadians, but I'd like the Leafs.
The Canadians have always been classy. The Bruins have always been classy. And I feel like the Flyers, other than when they wrote the word Flyers down, that wasn't great. But the current, the main.
There's been some Devils logos I really liked. Some of the jersey ones.
Okay.
Hey!
We have party. We have party in the house.
Party. I'm pretty sure sooner or later, some drunk middle-aged woman is going to run in and take her shirt off, and we are going to get kicked out. And that's going to be the last episode. Everybody here tonight.
Yeah, indeed. Hilarious.
Probably, it's as much as I'm not a fan of the team. Honestly, probably the Leafs. Some of the classic Leafs jersey, like they're simple, they're classic. I do really like the colors. It's a white maple. It's classic. Yeah.
All right. We need to get back to our regular show, Dave. Now we are on something else altogether.
We've gone way off. We're off the way off.
We didn't even take advantage of the punctuated excitement that happened here.
Yeah, that is a good point, Kip. How do you hate Mario Lemieux? Like he's just a legitimately nice guy. He was a hockey god
at the time because
that's fair. In the same way that I hated Wayne Gretzky in the 80s because
but also I viewed Mario Lemieux as a cheap player and he was a whiny player. Like that's how I view my perspective. But then so looking back, right, like when he got cancer, he changed a lot. So he changed when he came back, he was a very different person.
Yes, that is true.
Than he was before. So
because being as sick as he was, and
and I didn't hate him after he came back, but before definitely. It
is the so much of our chat is just like, what the fuck are these?
We're time traveling now.
I occasionally stop.
Healthy his whole life, like it's who knows the what would have been, right? Like I think he would have been a serious contender for Gretzky, but
agree.
He wasn't. It didn't. So moving on. Samuelson was the fucking worst. Yeah.
A bit of wet work. That's a fair bit of my job, actually.
So in other words, you prevent
he's killing people.
Saving lives.
Saving lives, yeah.
But haven't you ever wondered that if you save somebody's life who otherwise would be killed, they might go on to become another Adolf Hitler? Then what have you done?
I have thought about that a lot. The intel I get like a pack. And
honestly,
it tells me just a brief.
You're on pretty safe ground there. The odds that any particular person you save will become the next Hitler, not good.
Not likely, yeah. No.
Yeah. Probably they're going to be a bus driver or like something, right? Like
They're selling vacuums somewhere.
He is Australian, Sonic Shroom. This is an international call because Art's using Skype.
Yeah, he's very excited with the Skype days because he's not limited to North American callers.
Yep.
Where I'm going and why, and usually what I'm stopping is a pretty bad event. So when I weigh it up, it's usually...
Okay, so in other words, those who send you back really know what needs to be done. So that it all
Correct.
turns out okay. Yeah, I get it. Okay. Do you know the actual...
But how do they know? Only he knows what's gonna... How are they sending him if he's ahead?
Yeah.
No one's sending him back per se.
Oh, they are. The people he works for who you don't need to know about, Paul.
Oh, I see. But he's the only one who can really be the canary in the coal mine, as it were, to say, well, okay.
Why? See, so you're making a bunch of assumptions there. He is the person, but like, who's to say he's the person that is ahead or knows?
Oh, okay. Well,
right.
So he's in a cabal of people who are ahead at various different rates.
Guardians, they like to call themselves. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough.
It is fair. Yeah.
Method they use, I mean, you must get in some kind of machine, right?
No, as far as I'm aware, this all happened in this facility. I was born into the future. So when I get sent to, say, Venezuela, I'll go to the airport, get a ticket, and get on a plane with normal passengers and land in Venezuela.
Has the Australian government shared this with their American brothers?
The agency I referred to would have to give the government certain things, but they would have no idea the full extent of it, no.
All right, one more quick question. We're discussing this feeling that so many people have about September. Being a time traveler, you probably would know, even if you cannot disclose, if something really big is about to happen soon.
I get my assignments less than a day before. So the 17 hours is crucial. If something were to go wrong, I got
17. I was like, what do you mean 7 or 8? And it's 17. All right.
Right.
17 hours to fix it.
Do you want to give us a name so that in the future I might recognize you other than your accent?
Well, just call me Jay.
Jay?
Yeah.
Jay, the time traveler from Australia. Jay, thank you for the call. I do appreciate it. And actually, you sounded pretty good, frankly. I kind of like that one. I don't know why. You get a sense about these things. Some of them, I'm going... He sounded, well, for an Aussie, pretty normal. Hello there on Skype. No, I guess you're not on the air.
Yes, Dave.
I have a question.
Okay.
I'm going to throw this out the chat to vote. I got 4 choices here. I have a fairly spicy stout.
Ooh.
Or some radlers. We got grapefruit, cherry, or pineapple. What should I drink next?
I thought maybe you're going to hold them up.
Oh, well, okay. That's a good point, Paul. That's a good point. Well done. So we've got, okay, let's grab some stuff here. There we go. Very far. Fly to Canada. Lots of money. $750. Okay. So we have the pineapple radler. We have the tart cherry radler, which is delicious. They're both delicious. We have a grapefruit radler. I have a bunch of radlers because they are quite low, Paul. They're only like 3% alcohol. So this is how I can enjoy a delicious beverage and not get hammered.
I see. All right.
I'm cheating. And the Dragon's Breath Stout, which is an imperial stout, so it is like 9% alcohol and has a surprising amount of stite. I've already had 2 of these tonight. But what did the chat say? What do we got? Oh, so we got Kips's Pineapple Radler. You're a man of very excellent taste. The Pineapple Radler is absolutely fucking delicious.
I would pick the grapefruit Radler myself.
I mean, Timothy is right. I will. I will. See, that is my least favorite out of all of them. Because I'm not a big grapefruit fan. Not a big grapefruit fan. Never have.
No, I am actually surprised you picked that one, or you had that one in your inventory.
It was one of the, like, it's like
a pack of those. I get you.
Yeah.
I would pick the grapefruit all day, but
I do have a Xerox fridge, Mark. I don't need anybody giving me stats about whatever. You know what? Some of us have Xerox fridges. Don't come at me, bro. You wish your fucking photocopier had beer in it. That's all I'm going to say about that. Anyways. So we got Pineapple Radler. Merlin says stout. So we got 1 vote. So we got 2 votes pineapple. Oh boy, a lot of votes for stout. Paul, just stout's crushing it.
All right.
Your vote counts for multiple percent. What do you say?
Well, I would pick the grapefruit, but
you'd pick the grapefruit.
Yeah.
Well, that's a stupid vote, and I'm going with the stout.
Yeah, very good.
So here we go.
So because that
was dismissive and wrong of me, all out of respect for our decades-long friendship, I'm going to drink this stupid grapefruit stout Radler for dumb.
Alex, I like Alex's comment here. Grapefruit is disappointment flavor.
It is. Alex is right. I'm drinking disappointment flavored beer right now. And I'm doing it because I love you, you jerk.
I appreciate you. One of my early mistakes in my career, I started working in offices when I was still a teenager.
Yeah, you sure did.
So I was not very well up on like what adults do. So I love grapefruit, and I would brought in a grapefruit and I eat the grapefruit at my desk every day.
Lots of people do.
No, but I quickly learned that no, not everyone in the whole office wants to smell grapefruit.
Smell grapefruit. No, that's true.
Yeah.
But it's in my family. I'm the oddity. Like having like a half grapefruit for breakfast is very much a thing. It was a thing when I was growing up. Me, it was like, here's the grapefruit. Here's half a fucking bowl of sugar on top to mask the grapefruit.
Yeah, flavor. No. That's not what I'm doing.
I don't want nothing to do with any of this.
All right, Dave, because I pre-gamed, I need to take a second. Do you want me to put the art on?
Oh man, this grapefruit radler is actually really, really, really good.
Oh yay! Do you want me to? Do you want to riff or do you want me to put art on?
I'll riff. I'm going to interact with chat. We're having a wonderful time tonight. This is it. Who has a question for me? I will answer any question. Maybe honestly, maybe not. We'll see. What do you got? Someone throw something at me. Absurdist, ichtheist. It is both a printer and a fridge. Don't worry about it. This is not a, unlike Paul, I don't have sort of a studio. This is like an actual office space that actually does, like work. Who was the best Star Trek captain? Good question, Nick. For my money, it is Jean-Luc Picard. There's other ones. Your Victoria asks, how are you do fabulous, Dave? Well, you have to wake up in the morning and decide to do fabulous and then do fabulous. It's a frame of mind. Decide to do fabulous, then do fabulous. Ever had sliced bananas and milk for breakfast? I have not. This is your best Aussie accent. No, I will not. Was the chocolate bunny a Canadian thing? Yes, absolutely. We had chocolate bunnies at Easter. That's very much a Canadian thing. I think we inherited. I don't know if we inherited from the States or from Britain or where, but chocolate bunnies, Easter, yes. I think the first time, Kip, the first Mary Lemieux come back. Oh man, they were both pretty amazing. It's tough. Like the second time when he came back, it was like, because there was a while there was like he didn't think he was coming back. Wasn't sure Mary Lemieux was going to make it. Period. Yeah. Anyways, see, yeah, Atomic Punk. That's exactly right. I just covered my grapefruit and sugar. Would I fight vampires? No, absolutely not. What if we kissed at the combo printer fridge? Well, Vishanti, then, don't make promises you're not willing to keep. But yeah, there we go. Yeah, a lot of people agreeing with me about Picard. I don't know if that's an age thing or go. Apostate Sisters, good night, fabulous Dave. Good night to you, Apostate Sisters. Who was the sponsor? It was Empty Calories. Pete himself. You have to go back, check it out. Did you know 90 people a year die from injuries to three bunches? I feel like that is incorrect. A lot of people agree with me. Picard, what do you think, Paul, with the best Star Trek captain?
Yes, probably Picard. Yeah.
I mean, I have a soft spot for Kirk, but
And also, I mean, Captain Pike in the new series is pretty cool, but not.
Yeah, he actually is pretty cool. I do like Brave New World. Yeah,
but not enough to like he's clearly standing on the shoulders of all these others, right? So
yeah.
Yep. We have a trivia time here.
We do. Paul, is trivia o'clock, and it is time for bad prediction trivia. The best trivia. Are you ready? Are you mentally prepared, Paul? Have you girded your loins and fortified your?
My loins are girded. Yeah, I get girded.
Good,
I can assure you. Yep.
As you just checked them out thoroughly.
Yeah.
All right, Paul. Tell me, who said, "How, sir, would you make a ship sail against the wind and current by lighting a bonfire under the deck? I pray you excuse me. I have not the time to listen to such nonsense." Was that Elcid Barrett? Was it Sir Edmund Fitzgerald?
Mm-hmm.
Was it Napoleon Bonaparte? Or was it Lord Nelson, First Lord of the Admiralty? He's got a whole column in London, old Lord Nelson.
I'm going with I don't know. I honestly have no idea.
Yeah.
I'm going with Lord Nelson just because that's what I'm going with.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But no insight. If I happen to be correct, I can't really take credit.
Boy, I'm looking at chat. It's not looking good. This would have been a harsh.
Would have been a
question.
decider. I'm guessing it's not Lord Nelson.
No, it is Napoleon Bonaparte.
Oh.
Famously dismissive of steam ships and steam engines.
I should have known that it would be the most famous person on the.
Lord Nelson is a very famous person in
but
certain circles.
Napoleon is a more will be the more ironic.
You didn't like the Elcid Barrett? I thought that was pretty good. He cried the town, Paul. For lads, all fishermen who would make for him the Antelope's crew.
All right, let's get back to art and the time travelers.
No,
we had enough Dave riffing for now.
Yeah,
but we appreciate you and we love you.
This poor person gave up just before I went. Here she is. I believe it's Amanda. Hello, Amanda.
How you doing?
Well, you don't sound like an Amanda.
No, this is my wife.
Amanda is your wife?
This is my wife's Skype.
Okay.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Okay.
I'm 33 now.
You're going to have to get good and close to the microphone on your computer because you're breaking up a little bit here.
Can you hear me now?
I do.
Okay. I'm 33. I've been listening to you since I was 12. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Yes.
I've been having some weird stuff going on in my house. I've never had this stuff happen before.
I think that's the first time we've heard on this show, Paul, somebody say long-time listener, first-time caller.
Yeah, maybe.
It may be, yeah.
Stuff. I'm hearing taps, knocks, lights turning on and off by themselves.
Really?
Yeah. The weird thing about the taps is I'm an online gamer, so
I could swear I heard something.
They've heard the taps through the microphone. Don't do it now. It freaks me out every time it does it. Me and my son matter of fact, was sitting in here like 3 days ago in my living room, and lights down the hallway were turning on and off.
Not good.
So, I mean, they're not, I don't know if they're hostile. I don't know if they're mean, but, and it's not an old property. It's only been here since 92.
You're wondering if they're hostile? You're hearing knocks and bangs. You'll know soon. It may be no more than pieces of you that will be able to tell whatever forensic story we can piece together. I shouldn't joke about this. It could be very serious.
As of right now, like I said, they haven't done anything to me or any of my kids.
Well,
so the thing about this show, so we've done select calls from the show.
Yeah.
This was a 2-hour show, and only some of the calls were time travel.
Oh yeah.
Calls. Most of them were actually, oddly, in the scrubbing we looked at, people like just super impressed that they had Skype on their computers.
Like, holy shit! I'm talking to you over the internet.
Yeah. So not all the calls were time travel calls, and because Dave and I we try not to we try and go into this as fresh as possible. Some of these calls may not be the time travel ones. We're just gambling.
I'm excited about this guy and his ghosts and his whatever online game he was playing in 2015. WoW, I guess. Probably, World of Warcraft would have been around then. Yeah. Doing well.
The knocking and the lights turning on,
All right, so this could be like a poltergeist.
Possibly, yes.
Generally, a poltergeist usually doesn't go really nuts. They just drive you nuts, doing the kinds of things you're talking about right now, and they really don't go any further. So if that makes you feel any better, I do understand. There's stuff out there to scare you. There's no question about it.
Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome. Please call again sometime if you're able. Here we go. Sean on Skype. You're on the air. Hi. Sean. Attention. Yeah, Sean.
Is it?
Yes.
Is Art Bell?
Yes.
Oh, wow, Art. This is an honor.
Thank you. It's good to have you.
Glad to hear that you're back and you haven't skipped a beat.
It appears not. I always worry, before I go back on the air, will I be okay? And it's always there.
But you're back stronger than ever.
Thank you.
It's pretty amazing. Yeah, good show tonight. I'm just glad you're back. Other nights 20 years ago where I was sitting late night listening to Art Bell.
This guy's got nothing to say. This guy.
I really like you, Art. Well, maybe Art's gonna bring it out. He's right now. He's a little starstruck, Paul. He's a little giddy.
All right.
Surely you've had episodes in your life where you met somebody and you were like, you know what, wasn't as cool as maybe I'd hoped I'd be.
Yeah, that's actually universally true. Yeah.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's like, oh, holy shit, I'm talking to Art Bell. Well, hey, yeah, remember that song where you wrote "The Love You Make" equals the love you take?
I have a long list of celebrities that I've met because of my job, and like it's not something special about me. It was just part of my job. But weirdly, like the most embarrassing celebrity most embarrassing first meeting of anyone, I think, was Matt Dillahunty. The first time I met Matt Dillahunty, I embarrassed myself so totally. But I'm so glad Matt doesn't remember it.'t remember it at all. No.
I would love, Paul. I feel like at this point now you've teased us. You have to tell the story.
It's not a great story. But I was fawning, right? Like I learned to play it cool when you're like, okay, you meet a celebrity as Clint Eastwood. You're playing it cool. You're professional. You're there to do something. He's there to do something. You just do the job. I met Steve Jobs. I met lots of people where it was just like, and you're there to do a thing and cool. But I met Matt, and I was like, I want to explain that I really think that you helped me, and I was a Christian, and it was really bad, and it was like I was just. And Matt was clearly like, just, you memorized the Bible? Okay, great. And he was clearly just wanted to get away from me, like out of this conversation.
Yeah, that's cool.
And to this day, I didn't, like, it wasn't a specific embarrassing thing, but it was very clear to me that he didn't want to be in this conversation.
Yeah, he was like, that's great.
Yeah.
But he didn't want to be rude or dismissive.
Exactly. And so I'm always embarrassed about that, and I'm just glad that he doesn't remember. But yeah.
More important and pressing.
Is there anybody you think, like, you're like, if I met this person, I'd be, a little starstruck. I'd have a rough time. I'd be a little awkward.
Like now?
Yeah. Or through, now.
I don't know. I suppose people who,
you know what? Not necessarily awkward or thing, but just like impressed, like starstruck, like, holy shit, I can't believe I'm talking to blah. It doesn't, maybe it's not a celebrity, maybe it's just somebody.
I feel like if I met any of the members of U2.
Yeah. Like,
because I have actually nothing to say to them that I can't imagine a thing in my life that would be interesting to them.
All of a sudden you find yourself sitting next to the edge on a plane.
Right.
You're just,
right. And
wow, Joshua Tree was pretty cool, huh? Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Or like someone, like even any former president, for example, or prime minister, even if I didn't like them, I feel like, again, I've got nothing to say. I've got nothing to put into the conversation.
But I don't feel like partly in that, I don't think I would be like, oh, this is cool. It's like, oh, hey, wow, like, Jimmy Carter, Stephen Harper, whatever, right? Like, it's like, oh, that's cool, right? That isn't. I can't think of any politician that I'd be. It would be like, this is really, like, you're a very important person, and this is interesting and cool. Yeah,
those I guess the one I was thinking was like Barack Obama. Like, if I was to come across Barack Obama, I'd feel pretty starstruck about that. And feel like I have nothing to say.
Really know nothing to say.
I don't know. What about you? Yeah, I mean,
have you ever? What's his name? The guy, he did the Glow TV show. Mark Maron. So he had his podcast for years, right? He was like this comedian.
I know Mark.
There's an episode where Barack Obama is a guest on his show while he is the president. Current sitting president, and he constantly throughout the show, he's just like, I don't understand why you are here. How the fuck is the president of the United States sitting in my garage studio? He's like, there's like snipers on buildings across the street from me. Like, this is not where my life is supposed to be. This isn't what is supposed to be happening. For me, there's a couple of authors that I would be probably like, oh my God, a guy, Matt Dinniman, which almost nobody knows, Patrick Rothfuss, Jim Butcher, Martin Scorsese would be a person that I'd be like, I don't know what I'm supposed to talk about or go, and just like, hey, I'm a tremendous admirer of your work and you make good movies. Thanks. I had breakfast with Don Cherry once, and Don McLean. Did I ever tell you that story?
No, but I also have. So we both have,
Yeah. But I was too young. I wasn't. That was cool. I wasn't like started. That was just we. So I'll tell you, it's and I was with my dad. We were out for breakfast Saturday morning.
Oh, I have heard the story, but carry on. Yep.
Yeah, at this particular hotel with a really nice restaurant in Calgary called the Carriage House. It's in South Calgary on Macleod Trail. And we often, he and I, it was just like a dad-son thing. We would go and have breakfast at this hotel restaurant. I can't remember why. Just for whatever reason, this became like a tradition with him and I. And we're in line. So Hockey Night in Canada is filming in Calgary at this weekend. And for whatever reason, Don McLean and Don Cherry were staying at this hotel. And so we're in line to get into the restaurant. There's a bit of a line to get in. It's a very popular restaurant. And next to us in line is Don McLean and
Ron McLean.
And Ron McLean and Don Cherry, sorry. And this is like, I want to say 1986.
Oh, wow.
Right. So like they're very popular, right? At the height. And my dad, who was a road salesman and salesman his whole life, so he just starts talking to them like he talked to everybody, but they're not talking about hockey at all, right? They're talking about politics, they're talking about their kids, their families. Oh, you travel out here. How was your flights? All these things. So we get up there. Don Cherry is like, well, what do you got? Like, is it just the two of you? We're like, yeah, it's just two of us. He's like, wow, come have breakfast with us. So we all sat together. We spent about an hour chatting. I was literally kind of like bored because I was like 10 and it's like these three adults talking, but I'm polite. I'm so I'm just sitting there and eating thing. And then my dad and Don Cherry got into an argument about who's going to pay the bill.
Of course they did. That does not surprise me at all.
Very much like nobody's going to buy me a thing, but Don Cherry's like, no, there's no fucking way. And he was like, okay, yeah, So Don Cherry paid for all our breakfasts, and it was just a crazy story. Yeah,
that's awesome.
But it was a very Canadian. They were very, very nice people, both of them. It was just a very normal, nice breakfast with very normal people. Yeah. Anyways.
The first time I met Gordie Howe is from, this is not surprising. Gordie Howe is from the small city that I'm from. So the fact that, it's not weird.
Well, we can just say Saskatoon. We all know where Gordie Howe is from.
Well, but anyway, the first time I met him, literally my dad sent me over and I was like 6 or 7 and I did know who Gordie Howe was, but Gordie was like, he tried to convince me that other people at the table were Gordie Howe, and he was so sure my dad had sent me over not knowing what was happening.
No, that's Gordy.
And he's trying to say, "Oh, Gordy," and he like points to the guy he's with. Gordy, he wants your autograph.
That is a very good joke.
Yeah, I love that. I was like, "Yeah, no, Mr. Howe,
Mr. Howe, I'm a hockey fan.
I actually know who you are." Yeah. But it actually was true. My dad just sent me over to get the autograph because Dad was too embarrassed to do that.
I distinctly remember you and I meeting the Kung Fury guys at Comic-Con.
We did. We did. Yeah.
Holy shit! You guys made Kung Fury. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny because that was actually the same day where it's like Natalie Portman was like in my way, and it's like, screw you, Natalie, get out.
Yeah, get out. It's like Kung Fury's over there.
Yeah,
that's
exactly. Yeah. Anyway, blah blah blah. Celebrities. So we actually, speaking of which, we have a super chat.
Oh, my
Scotty
goodness.
Orange. $2. What celebrity is most likely a time traveler?
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
He's a time cop, not a time traveler.
Do you know how time cops police time, Paul? They don't do it from the current year.
So I mean, the funny joke always was back in the day. Though was like Madonna or what was the Rodney?
Bowie. I feel
David Bowie, or what was the basketball player on the Bulls? The weird guy.
Dennis Rodman.
Dennis Rodman. Like it was always those were always the jokes, right? That it was
Kim Jong-un's good buddy.
Yeah, people like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. So you gave your answer, Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And I stand by it. I'll fight anybody.
Fair enough.
Fight him with violence. Paul.
Yes, Dave.
Craig Tacey has generously super chatted us $9.99. That's American. Love you guys very much. I am always excited when you stream. Oh, that's very nice to hear. Thank you, Craig.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Craig.
Even when we're reading trivia like idiots.
Like animals. Speaking of which,
animals. Because the goddamn dark ages.
All right, should we get to more time traveler Australian people, whoever we got?
We might as well.
Question is, are we doomed next month?
Boy. You know, I'd kind of like to think that we're not, but like one of your callers said before, there is something in the air. Something's coming to when, but something's in the midst.
I agree.
It's this thing about the presidential running and all this stuff. I don't know if that's it. I think there's something.
You mentioned the presidential race, the stuff going on with Trump. I mean, it's amazing.
I think there's a weather change. There's all these changes going on in the world today. It just seems like everything's coming to a head. I don't want to scare everybody, but I think there's.
Did I miss a super chat from Brain Cramp? Oh, I did.
Did we miss one? Oh, you did. A member chat, not a
member chat. But thank you, Brain Cramp, for bringing that up. Thank you, long-time listener, oft-time caller. Yes. Always enjoy your show, Paul and Dave. Appreciate. And it's the Brain Cramp. We always appreciate the Brain Cramp.
We always appreciate the Brain Cramp.
Indeed.
Something in the air.
Yes, definitely something in the air. And could I say?
I mean, in a way, this caller wasn't wrong. The political sea change in 2016 was, as he was just kind of saying, it was like it enabled a lot of people to say a lot of things that they didn't feel enabled to say.
Yes.
It was definitely I think historians will look back at 2016 as a defining moment or defining era in political differences, as it were. Mm-hmm. It'll be oft studied.
Hi to a friend of mine.
Sure.
Hey, Paul. Hey, I got on.
Hey!
I was calling your show years ago, and I could never get on. I finally got on, and I'm finally feeling good.
Hi, Paul.
I got on with Art Bell.
I thought maybe he was, what was it, the swamp? The other guy shouted out the swamp. I thought was open. Maybe
chose the swamp.
You sound awfully good. Just curiosity, what are you talking to me on?
Oh, actually, I built my own home computer. I'm running 4 separate monitors, an 8-core AMD Athlon processor. Yeah.
An AMD Athlon processor? What a time to be alive.
AMD processors has always been garbage.
That is a lie. That is objectively untrue. There have been times when AMD put out very, very good processors.
All right. Well, 2015 was not one of them.
Well, I can't remember. I won't say.
4 monitors also. I'm trying to think. People were still running. What were monitors being run on in 2015? SVGA still? Not.
No, 2015 was it was DVI. You could have had dual
DVI. But it wasn't HDMI yet. It was DVI.
I feel like HDMI existed in 2015.
It was a thing, but I don't remember computers using it.
Probably didn't. Chat's gonna go and be like, "You idiots! HDMI came out in 2007 or something."
No, I know, but I was trying to think what it was commonly used in computers for. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
I think DVI was probably the go-to monitor connection in 2015. Yeah,
and it's an awesome setup.
What kind of bus speed?
Yeah, that everybody picks it because it's the best. It's like, okay, just because everybody does it doesn't mean that it's wrong. There's probably a reason everybody picks Big Trouble in Little China, because it's the greatest fucking movie ever made by human hands. I stand by that. I will fight anybody who says differently.
I'm overclocked.
Not posing. Paul knows.
No,
Big Trouble in Little China is.
This is the hill upon which Dave will die.
I will die. I will stand on that hill with my hatchet and my fucking gun in another hand. I will fight every motherfucker, and I will happily have a smile on my face, knowing I'm standing up for Big Trouble in Little China, the greatest movie ever made by human hands. Followed closely by Highlander, and I don't know what's some other good. Godfather, that's pretty good.
Godfather's good. Heat is my guilty pleasure go-to.
Yeah.
Highlander, that's a good choice.
I looked at my Netflix viewing history, and I had watched Big Trouble in Little China over 150 times. And that doesn't include, I own multiple
You
versions.
own copies, yeah, of course. And then you actually
and I have it on my own Plex server, and I've watched it over 100 times on Plex. I've seen that movie. No, but here's the thing. Big Trouble in Little China is also my go-to, if I'm cleaning or doing, it's my background noise, or I'm working.
Well, sure.
So it's not like I've, as much as I love it, it's not like I've sat down and watched Big Trouble in Little China 300 times. I have watched it like that multiple dozens of times, possibly up to 100 times, where I'm just sitting down watching it. But yeah. Anyways, we don't need to get into my obsession with that.
Icarus is a viewer after my own heart. Thank you, Icarus.
Highlander is great. Why did they? Yeah, I don't understand
why.
They
should have, maybe. But
there was that TV show that had some pretty good episodes, but yeah, then they.
I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. But okay.
Do you remember the animated?
About 4.8.
Paul?
I know that it existed, but I actually didn't ever.
It was fucking weird, man. It was crazy. It's like, it's like, what if Highlander, the Kurgan still lives, and it's now 700 years in the future, and it's Mad Max. It's like a post-nuclear war wasteland. And the various Highlanders have their little empires. It's not, it completely ignores all of the established canon from every Highlander movie. So it makes its own ones up, and just is and also, what if it was in the future and post-apocalyptic?
The premise isn't terrible, but I'm guessing they did a bad job of it. So
they did. It actually isn't terrible. It's just weird. It's what if there's actually been a nuclear war in the 1970s? So none of the Highlander movies happened because there was nuclear war.
But that's not uninteresting. As a spin-off, as a what if kind of a thing.
It's actually not bad.
Yeah.
It's just weird. Yeah.
Here you go. Scotty Orange wants to know, what is your second favorite Kurt Russell movie?
Soldier.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Not The Thing.
I really like The Thing. Kurt Russell has a number of movies I really like, but I really liked Soldier, and a lot of people don't. But yeah,
I think The Thing would be mine. But
and I'm not even Paul and I both don't generally like horror movies, but I really like The Thing. It's just
I've become in the last decade or two more of a horror person than Yeah.
On my processors, 20 gigahertz.
And you built this yourself?
Oh yeah, I built it myself from the ground up, all the way.
Well,
I do also
MSI,
very
I'm
much
sorry.
like overboard kip throwback. So it's not like I'm dismissing. It's just not. Those aren't my favorite.
Yeah, wasn't he was in the Computer War tennis shoes? Was that one of his? No, actually. Oh, Sky. You know what is one of his? It's Sky High. Is a good movie. I enjoyed Sky High. I honestly did.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Weirdly.
Okay.
He's also good in Escape from New York. That's what I'm.
Escape from New York is great.
Yeah. That was the one I was searching for, and suddenly Sky High came into my head for no reason.
That's the thing, eh? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. It sounds really good.
Awesome. Cool.
Yep. Awesome. Cool is right. All right. Thank you very much for the call.
What
Call
did you
again
think
sometime.
of, the Hateful Eight, Paul?
What did I think of the Hateful Eight?
Yeah. I don't love it. And I love Westerns, and I love Tarantino movies, and that one is just like, feels like he's trying a little too hard.
No, I liked it. No, it's not in the top, it's not in the upper echelon, but I would say I would fine. Like in a thumbs up, thumbs down world, it's a thumbs up.
It's a thumbs up, yeah.
The mostly one room thing was very confining.
Mm-hmm.
Which is how you're supposed to feel. Oh, look at thumbs up, literally a thumbs up there. Like my little animated thumbs up. I'm hard I'm describing it without giving spoilers, but no, I mean I liked the various deaths made sense to me. I don't know. I felt
you're allowed to give spoilers for Hateful Eight because that movie came out 12 years ago or something.
Yeah, anyway, I just feel like I every time there was a death, it felt I don't know. I liked it. It's not
third favorite Kurt Russell movie, the Disney the remake of Escape from Bear Mountain. Yeah, nailed it.
I guess if there was a bet, you won it.
Actually, on that line, Thomas Pickett, Russell's Disney movies when he was a kid aren't that bad either. That's why I was trying to remember which ones he was in as a kid. For some reason, Computer Wear Tennis Shoes jumped in, but he's in some movie that is similar to that, I feel like, as a kid. But
yes, Something Geniuses, was that the one?
Maybe.
I'm gonna look it up now. I'm gonna tell you the answer.
But yes, Thomas, so we agree, and thank you so much for the super chat.
Going back,
Monarch, he was actually I enjoyed him in Monarch as well.
I enjoyed him in Monarch too.
Yeah. Let's go to.
Oh, he was in the Computer War Tennis Shoes, Paul.
Okay, all right. I was thinking the right thing. There you go.
Yeah. Isn't it? Wow, I've never heard of any of these. The Horse in the Gray Flannel Suit, the one, the only genuine original family band, The Road West, Mosby's Marauders, Follow Me Boys.
Dave, how have neither of us listed Tombstone? That's actually the biggest crime.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
How did neither of us list Tombstone?
Okay, I don't know about Escape from LA, Vishanti. You should calm down with that.
Not Escape from LA. Yeah.
No.
Unless that's a typo for NY. But yeah.
Then that's amazing and good stuff.
Hello, Kimberly. You don't sound like it.
It's an enjoyable movie to watch in a holy shit, I can't believe this is what they're doing kind of way, like in a Mystery Science Theater way. But yeah, it's not a good movie. It's not a good movie. Yeah.
Kimberly?
No, I don't.
No.
But I'm from Belgium.
You're from Belgium?
Yeah.
Okay.
My name.
So, of course,
all
things aside, we had the one caller who going by Amanda, who I feel like maybe didn't go by Amanda in real life, and then we have this.
He said that was his wife's Skype account.
Right, but now this next caller is his name.
Oh yeah, I don't think he ever gave his actual name.
No, this one's also a similar thing. He's Kimberly, and it's like, oh, this does not sound so much like a Kimberly.
He's from Belgium.
Name is actually Kim, but I write always Kimberly. But it's Kim.
All right, Kim, and from Belgium, that's really excellent.
Yeah, I do listen a few years to you, and I like the shows.
Thank you.
We don't have that here in Europe.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think Belgium, for example, would not have a show about the paranormal? Because it should be worldwide.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're not interested in I think so.
Well, what generally gets people interested...
The Sasquatch stories in Belgium? That's pretty much a uniquely American experience.
How do you say your show is boring? Am I saying right? My countrymen, they're not interested in such superfluous topics. How am I saying? Am I saying this correctly?
Am I saying this correctly? Your callers, they are crazy and
juvenile and insane. This is trivial. Your show is not interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Your show
in the paranormal is when something paranormal happens to them. Anyway, there is this feeling, and it's being expressed worldwide on the internet about something big coming in the next month. Do you feel any of that?
I've seen a lot of it on the internet. I don't know what to think of it. Maybe it's just paranoia.
Well, here's the part that bothers me. It's obviously worldwide, so that would have to be a worldwide something. I mean, what are we waiting for? The sun to blow up or what?
I don't know. I really can't tell.
You heard the way I described it, right? As kind of an animal in the woods with the predators sneaking quietly up and like that, yeah. Stay close to your microphone there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. I have to stay close to my mic.
Well, one of these days, go out, buy yourself a mic headset. They really work well.
Yeah.
In the meantime, anything else?
It's the first time I come through, and now I don't know what to say.
I know.
I'm happy.
It happened.
I'm happy.
Oh, he's having a moment like I had with Matt. Oh, wait, I don't actually have anything to say to you.
I get through. So
yeah.
Don't really have a part 2 to this plan.
Talk to you.
And I'm happy to talk to you, too. It's my first call from Belgium. So now I've had my first call from Switzerland and now Belgium. How neat is that?
Yeah.
All right, my friend. Thank you very, very much for calling. Feel free to call again.
So at some point, Dave, they do have the Tesla. Well, that's what we're waiting for.
We're waiting for the Tesla. We're pushing
Does the caller who Tesla sends the person into the future?
Right. I want to hear this Tesla call.
But in the meantime, we have trivia.
What time is it, Paul?
Trivia time.
What time is it, Paul?
Trivia time.
Trivia time. Well, all right. Oh, okay. Well, how can I?
It's quite an evening, everybody. It's quite an
evening. Paul, we have our last 2015 trivia question of the night. Are you ready for this? Are you psyched? You were there.
I was there.
This question is directly addressed to you, Paul.
Oh, sheesh, to me.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm going to be embarrassed, ashamed, shocked, and chagrined for you on behalf of you.
Fair enough. Okay.
Okay. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
In, Paul, the year of our Lord, 2015, Apple started selling this new device to once again change everything and make the world a better place. What was this new device Apple started selling in 2015? Was it the iPaddle? Was it a white cube of some kind priced at over $5,000? Was it an iPhone with a different charging port? Or was it the Apple Watch? Which of these devices, Paul, did Apple start selling in 2015?
I know which one it is. I guess we're not waiting for people. It is literally the one that sounds the stupidest. It's the one that sounds made up.
Yeah.
It is not the iPaddle. It is not the iPhone. It is indeed a $5,000 cube.
I bamboozled you, Paul.
What?
In 2015, it was the Apple Watch. That is the year of the Apple Watch.
Oh, you did bamboozle me.
I did bamboozle you. Yeah, the white cube worth over $5,000 US dollars was I can't remember what year that version of the Mac came out.
All right, you got me. The watch was 2015. Okay, fair enough.
The 2015 version of the G4s, I remember because we got them at work, was the big like solid aluminum looking case.
Oh, I had that for a long time. Yeah.
That was the 2015 G. That was the 2015 Mac Pro, which I think was the first Intel one when they got away from the G4 processors and
maybe because it had the expansion slots and stuff.
Yeah. The Cube came a little later.
Oh,
no, Apple Watch. Apple Watch is what
Apple Watch. All right, I failed everybody. I failed. My Apple card needs to be revoked.
Needs to be revoked. Yep.
I got so enamored by thinking about that stupid.
They also, to be fair, if you had said an iPhone with a different shaped charging port, I would have said yes.
That's technically correct. Yeah,
because that is absolutely correct. Yeah, I don't care what year it is.
Yeah, that's right. That's just any given year with a 2 in front.
Yeah, those towers were cool. Apple used to make some really nice towers. Now they don't.
Some really nice. You broke up there. Make some really nice what?
Apple used to make some really nice towers, like just well designed.
Oh yeah. They did.
Yeah.
Yes, the Mac Studio that's sitting in front of me here, just as great and amazing as it is, it's not an expandable hardware device.
No.
All right, back to awkward love fest with art.
Time traveler.
Yep.
Into the phone lines, anonymous. You're on.
Oh, I thought. I misunderstood that was the last question. That was just the last.
That was the last 2015.
That's the last 2015 question. We have one more
bad
prediction
question yet to go.
Getcha.
In the air. Hello, anonymous. This is your chance. Going once, going twice. Hello.
Hi, this is Idaho.
Idaho?
Yes.
Okay. You're on the air, Idaho.
Idaho.
I've got a couple of questions for you. Thank you for getting back on the air.
We're from a county. Are you there? Hello, Idaho. Are you there? We're just wondering about. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, no, we were wondering about the protection. Can you guys hear me? I'm here.
Little did you know, that's a prediction of everyone in 2020 trying to do a Zoom work call for the first time.
Yeah,
it's just a little precursor.
Yeah, I'm not a cat.
Ago, when I used to deliver papers overnight, I couldn't have survived it. Not why I called.
Okay, I live 22 miles. Wait a minute, you broke up from where?
West Yellowstone.
Oh, West Yellowstone, yes. Has the ground been shaking up there?
Yes, it has been. I worry about that because if the worst should happen,
yes,
I won't even know it.
Well, there is that. I mean, being 22 miles from West Yellowstone, you're right. If the worst occurs and it's Yellowstone, then boy, you'll just be ash.
Yeah, and I don't worry about it. I love this country up here. It's just wonderful. I'm originally from Massachusetts.
Sorry, I got distracted by a chat here, Dave. So you're an aficionado. I don't know how you say the word anymore.
Africano.
Of Americano of Gary Oldman.
I do and very much enjoy Gary Oldman and his body.
So I don't know why. I don't know what the context of this particular chat is. Gary Oldman was in Lost Amazing sort of time travel movie. Gary Oldman was also Sirius Black in the Harry Potter the time travel one, the one where they had time travel. So if you're looking if you're looking for other Gary Oldman time travel movies, I think I got one off the top of my head there. That's all I got to say.
Why did you drag me into this?
Because you like Gary Oldman.
You just I just like Gary Oldman, so you had something to say about Gary Oldman, so I should be there too.
Yeah. So what do you okay?
This is so much
Dave,
like interactions with my dad. This is fucking scary right here.
So Dave, do you know? Other than the two we listed, what Gary Oldman time travel movies are you aware of?
Where Gary Oldman himself traveled through time?
No, he's in a movie where there's time travel.
Is he in Time After Time? I don't know. I'm kind of just throwing shit out there now. Is there an answer to this question, or are you just saying
no? I was just trying to involve you now because you got pitchy about it. So
He's in one of the Planet of the Apes movies. Which the Planet of the Apes movies, are all about. There's time travel kind of going.
I guess I would.
Time after time. Nailed it. Yeah.
I was going to say you already got one, but if you're going to. Which Planet of the Apes was he in? Oh, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. All right.
Yeah. Which that one isn't really time traveling. That's the reboot. What? They can't hear me, can they? I have notes. If you like water. So there we go. It's not even close, Paul. We have much.
It's quite an evening we got going here, Dave.
It's quite an evening. You know what? People are having a good time.
It's a magical evening. That's right.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for the Tesla time traveler.
I'm waiting for the Tesla. We're not going to yuck their yum. They like coming in and chanting random words. We're
here for it.
Tesla time travelers. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's get to it, right?
Massachusetts, not to be confused with the eastern part of the state.
Of course not. Well, all right, sir. I hope that things go well for you and that I don't see you falling near me somewhere as ash.
No.
And we're done.
No, and don't worry about that. But what I do like is the fishing here. I'm in Island Park, Idaho, and the fishing is just unbelievable here. It's what keeps my sanity right now. You have a great night.
I'm so glad I talked to you. Soon they'll put a cell tower near you somewhere. Robin, I believe, on Skype. Hello.
Well, not every call is a gem.
Boy. Yeah. I got a stitch in my side, Paul. I got a stitch in my side. Yeah, Eddie. Thanks. Yeah,
I just called in to say that if
you picked up Yellowstone,
if Yellowstone went up, I'd be dead. Also, the west part of my state sucks, and the fishing's great.
Fishing's great.
Well, thanks for calling.
Trout, size of your arm. Size of your fucking arm, Paul. I'm not joking. Yeah.
That's hilarious. But you got on the show.
Yeah, I'm curious about this now. I haven't heard of this. Thomas Pickett, Paul, had sent us a very generous super chat. A great movie about time travel is FAQ about time travel. It is British, stars Chris O'Dowd, and is on Max. I mean, I am a big Chris O'Dowd fan. I've never heard of this movie. I'm gonna check it out.
Indeed. I saw a time travel movie just yesterday.
You did not. You
Lake
liar.
Cato. Have you heard of Lake Cato?
No, I've never heard of that.
Or Cato Lake, maybe. I don't know. One of those two. And the less you know about it, the better. But it's on. I think it's coming on the streaming services. I don't remember which one.
Huh.
But it was surprisingly. So I put it in my. You can put things in your list, right, and say, "Yeah, I'm gonna." And I honestly didn't remember why did I add this to my list of things to watch.
Cato with a C or a K?
Caddo.
Oh, Cato or
Cato or Lake Cato or anyway. It was a one of my favorites. It was a low budget sci-fi, low budget time travel movie because they have to be more clever, right? They have to actually.
You and I are both big fans of Primer.
Yes, and it was like that. It was well thought out, multiple things, and they had to bring.
They established the rules and stick to them.
Yeah, they established rules, stick to them. They brought a lot of things together. I feel like they stuck the landing. Also, they didn't feel like they had to have a happy ending, which I liked. It was one of those ones where it's like, well, you know what? Sometimes people make mistakes, and those end up being real problems.
Yeah, and then sometimes it just
even with time travel, sometimes you know what? Oh, that's not the way I would have wanted that to go. So anyway, so it's not a strong reco, but it was a time travel movie I saw yesterday.
There you go.
Because as you know, my rules, Dave. If there's a movie that has time travel, I feel like I have to see it.
You couldn't hear me. Oh, Shannon, we all heard your fucking chants. Don't you worry about that.
The microphone picked up the chats. Yeah,
the chats. Yes, and nobody gets to go to bed. No sleep till Brooklyn.
No.
Also,
sleep till Brooklyn. No sleep till Tesla is my chat for tonight.
No sleep till Tesla.
Yeah.
Nikolai.
Hello, can you hear me?
You're a little loud, so you can back away a little bit, but I do hear you, sure.
Oh, you yelled Belton.
Hi, I just wanted to make a quick call from Berkeley, California. Welcome back.
Over and over again. Yeah. Like very clearly. We all clearly heard that. Anyway, speaking of not clearly, this guy sounds like he's a Dairy Queen drive-through. What the?
Yep. But he's in Berkeley, California.
California.
Thank you, Scotty. We appreciate you. You guys make me thrilled to be alive.
Oh, that's.
I hope you got more going than that, but that's. We also have a super chat. We have a member chat from one Shannon Q.
We heard it. We all heard it, Shannon.
Bedtime.
Oh, okay. Just have some more wine. It's fine. Paul and I got a lot of work to do.
The other night when you were periscoping for the first time.
Mysterious and important.
The work is mysterious and important.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Actually, it was the second time. But okay.
Well, it was the first time several weeks ago.
Yes.
You had that clock above you that you saw at Radio France.
Yes.
I had to laugh when you said that because I have a app on this tablet that I have that's the same kind of clock. And I, too, saw it at Radio France. I've never seen it anywhere else except in your studio and this app that I've got. But I was taking the tour.
Radio France International. Yes.
And there it was on the phone. I said, that's the coolest thing I ever saw.
Let us go to Pete. Hello, Pete.
Hey, Art.
Okay. Archie's like, yeah, no, that is cool. I guess it means something to them.
He doesn't even get a goodbye.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. I want you to know, Paul, someday,
yes, Dave. Someday,
next time you or I are face to face,
sitting
down, talking about Stream War, I'm just going to slide a lunch menu across the table and be, and you'll know what that means. You watched Severance season 2, right? The review,
yes.
Like,
okay. Yes.
4 hours. Yes. Lunch is included. It's like, well, it won't go. It's like, here's the lunch menu. Yeah, this isn't going to be a good talk. Yeah.
Where are you, Pete?
I'm in Makati, Philippines. I called you your first night out.
Yes, my first.
Of me, Shannon. I'm bringing a lot to the table here. I'm looking good. I have a stylish Dungeons and Dragons hockey jersey, just ticking so many boxes, right? Don't be so narrow-minded. Maybe wine-soaked middle-aged women isn't Paul's thing. He likes balding, overweight white guys. I don't know. I'm not here to yuck his yum. Whatever.
Yeah, everyone. Yeah. As I said, sometimes bad choices are made, and you just got to live with them.
Sometimes you just have to. Yeah, sometimes you just got to go to war with the army abroad.
What was I going to do? Stop the stream and leave? Nope. Got to go.
You just got to go.
And actually, only caller so far from the Philippines. How you doing?
Doing good. You were talking earlier about harp.
Yes.
And I wanted to tell you a story I heard here about harp.
Harp.
One of my favorite things that we never ever talk about. We
never ever hear about that. Could have had the bingo card going.
After our big storm down in Tacloban.
Yes.
Filipinos somehow were watching YouTube videos that someone came up with a theory that harp caused that storm. Have you heard this?
I'm not surprised. I'm sure that they feel that it did. I personally don't think that it did. Now, what I do think is that HAARP has screwed with the ionosphere, may have contributed to bad radio conditions. I don't know for sure.
Now, about this time thing you're feeling, September.
It's all over the internet. Have you seen it?
I've heard some stories.
Yeah,
I don't really think it's anything. But what I've noticed, and maybe since about mid-2005 or so, is that time seems to go faster.
Well,
all of a sudden it's August. It was just Christmas weeks ago. And it seems like time over a course just seems to go faster.
Yeah.
I remember when I started feeling this, I lived in California at the time, and some old timers down on the boat would tell me.
That's called getting older.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, this is just
happens to all of us. You're like, no, he can't be 30. He's like 18.
You've discovered aging. Well done, my friend from the Philippines.
Yeah.
Just because you're getting old.
I remember that when he graduated from university, because your firstborn son was the first like small baby that I ever held.
Okay.
And then you're like, yeah, you know, like graduating and doing these internship and thing, and I'm just like, no, that can't be because he's a
baby.
Yeah.
Clearly, that person is an infant. Yeah,
that's an infant. That's not right. Yeah, I mean, I saw him drive, but it's probably there's some kind of discrepancy there.
What do you mean graduated from engineering? That's not what?
No. Oh, I didn't know you had other kids. Yeah.
Something to that.
I'm just getting old and time goes faster now.
How old are you?
Yes.
I'm 47.
When you're 1 month old, a day is basically a 30th of your life. So it seems to go very slowly.
Remember when you were a kid, summer would breeze by and Christmas seemed to take forever to get there?
Of course, that had to do with the fact that school was coming and I was dreading it. I
What
didn't
do you
like school.
interesting experience? All right, trivia time, Paul.
Trivia time.
Yeah,
this caller is not to bring it. Not bringing
He's not
it.
Nikolai Tesla. Paul, are you ready for the very last trivia question? Well, should we do the super chat first?
Oh yeah, we should do super chat for sure.
Yeah. Timothy Harmon, longtime fan of the channel, has super chatted and generally said, Dave, the first line of my doctor's description of me and her file is obese white male. I mean, you're in good company, Timothy. Represent. Empty calories.
Empty calories.
Empty calories.
All right, Dave, what's the trivia?
The last trivia question of tonight. Paul, are you ready?
I'm ready.
In a famously bad prediction, who claimed, who the hell wants to hear actors talk in 1927 when presented with the possibility of sound in movies?
Oh, I love it. All right.
Was it Harry Warner?
Okay.
One of the Warner brothers.
Presumably Warner brother. Yeah.
Yep. He was one of the two Warner brothers. Was it David O. Selznick? Was it Abe Scheinwald? Or Louis B. Mayer?
Scheinwald, Mayer.
Yep. David O. Selznick. Or
Selznick.
Harry Warner.
Or Warner.
In 1927 claimed.
I'm going with Mayer.
Who the hell wants to hear actors talk?
That's an amazing prediction. I'm going with Mayer. He actually was famous at the time.
Yeah. I'll give bonus points to everybody who can tell me who all of those four people were.
Oh.
We'll give people a moment to do their
lots of 3s and 4s.
A
1 in there. Mark Furnkov is a 1.
Yeah.
Absurdist Igtheus said 42, which I don't know. What do we got, Dave?
The correct answer was Harry Warner.
Oh, so it was number 1, the Harry Warner.
Number 1, Harry Warner of the Warner Brothers. Yep.
No one wants to hear people talk.
Abe Scheinwald, the one is what's it? Rachel Dratch, the SNL, who wants to make a motion picture?
That's where I heard it. I was like, where did I hear that last song? Who wants to make a motion picture? That was great. I love that.
Let's make a movie about a magic schoolboy. I said I saw they made it when they was called Teen Wolf. It's Harry Potter. We passed on Harry Potter. It's one of my favorite SNL sketches of all time. Yeah.
It was good.
The other ones were all
that was
famous movie.
It was Seth Meyers, right? Seth Meyers was always the son
with the grandson. Yeah.
Quasimeo with a member chat, I believe this is. Unnecessarily round men gang unite. woo, woo.
Here we go.
All right. Let's see if we can get to.
We're gonna hear some goddamn Tesla time travel.
That's right.
And I saw it coming like a brick wall.
And you remember waiting for Christmas and waiting for Christmas just.
What's that?
This better not be Stargates Mark II.
This better not be. I can vouch that the Tesla thing is coming. I just don't know when. Also, I'm gonna just try and fix a click thing here.
Because this call sucks.
Yep, this call we don't like.
Yeah. Hey, you ever notice how time seems weird when you're there? I'm this close to just going and making a bacon sandwich.
Ooh. But that's not empty calories, Dave. There's actually protein in that.
And tomato. I'd probably put tomato on it too. And hot sauce.
Tomato is also not empty calories, so I don't know what you're...
I mean, that makes a good... Now, I don't really... I mean, do you ever do like BLTs? Do you ever make a bacon sandwich?
I love BLTs. I love a good BLT.
I just skip the lettuce part of it. So I'm like, this seems...
Oh, no, I like the lettuce, the crunch. I like
the
the crispness of the...
All right, there you go.
I'm skipping it. We actually
got
haven't listened to chat.
Direct question for you, Paul. I will ask you this question. Scotty Orange has paid good US dollars to ask you, Paul, would you ever get a fade haircut?
So I guess I don't know what that means. Like I've got very short haircut where it was like very much like short going to long, like as we did in the 90s. So what's a fade? What is a fade where you get designs and stuff?
That's like the like where it's like basically shaved at the bottom and like, but like at the top of your head it's full, but it kind of like blends.
Yeah, no, I've had this. I've had basically this.
What's the most embarrassing haircut you've ever had or hairstyle you've worn?
So you've seen my permed mohawk, right?
I mean, I have. That was truly spectacular.
So everyone in the audience just grasp this. My hair was curled via a perm.
Straight Jerry curl.
A permanent.
Yeah.
And then the sides shorter than what's on screen here. Down to bald.
Basically shaved.
Yeah. Mohawk. Yeah. That's that would be my most embarrassing haircut. I think. Maybe you think I've had my hair very long. I've had my hair do different.
I don't think that was embarrassing. That was the style. Like I think you look fine with long hair. I wouldn't.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think you've seen my hair in various things that are not this at all.
Like the whole thing is like if you didn't live through the 80s, it's hard to like understand.
Yeah.
That when you describe this, like now when you describe that, you sound like a crazy person, right? Who's like, I had a perm and shaved the side of the head, and everyone's like, you would have looked like a freak. But at the time, it's just like, well, that's just hair.
Yeah, that's just what they were doing. Yep.
Mine also from the 80s. I was rocking the straight up flat top, like completely shaved back and sides, and like and flat on top. Like, yep, that was.
You look good.
No, I didn't. that was before you knew me, but there's pictures of it. Yeah, that would have been like 85, 86, 87, right on Kid and Play. Yeah.
Yeah, by the time I knew you, you actually had a pretty normal.
I was just wearing normal
middle of the line.
Yeah. A lot of sweatpants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So so to answer your question though, Scotty, I'm sure. Why not? I have and I would. I've done some very embarrassing things with my hair.
Would you do it? I don't think you would do it now. I don't think you'd do the fade.
A fade?
Yeah.
No. Like it's not the sides that actually bother me.
On you.
Like the shaved sides, I don't mind. Like even now, I kind of get my.
Would you do like a Peaky Blinders kind of?
But it's this top bit that's on here. Oh, you're not seeing my screen anymore. It's this top stuff.
Yeah.
Like that's too Cameron Bertuzzi for me. Like I have to I can't pull that. I can't pull off like anything weird up top.
Yeah.
Anyway, what was your question? Sorry.
Would you do like would you like the Peaky Blinders kind of like longer, like just keep the longer on top and just like straight shave the sides?
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah. I mean, I'm getting kind of up there to be doing this. Yeah, I could do that. Sure.
Yeah.
but I now am more of a like a work at home. I'm a YouTuber, practical guy, and it's just kind of like, well, I just want my hair to not just be acceptable, be within the.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I've
Mhm.
also seen you rock that exact hairstyle for probably 30 years.
This one,
Yeah.
this is what my hair does if I do nothing, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like
So,
I enjoy this idea of like, just this is what's going to happen,
yeah.
and so yeah.
I mean, it looks good. You look good.
I did it different when so my avatar, my cartoon avatar, is based on the hair that I had shortly when my hair started coming back from cancer. Right, because it was curly and
so,
it was weird,
shockingly muscular. As
and I did
comment on.
I did this thing where I combed everything down. I thought that was good.
Oh, I was there. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's been immortalized with my little cartoon there.
It's, well, you know what? It was a look. It was a time.
It was a thing.
Feel.
Yep.
There was a lot going on, a lot of feelings being felt.
Yeah.
It didn't. It wasn't bad. It
was a time where I thought I could fight. I thought I could fight nature, and apparently I gave up.
Yeah. And you were right to. That's not that's not the hill to, like, your hair looks good. Don't.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. It's good.
I'm just excited that I have hair, so we're all good.
It was like, so here's the thing. I've had people many times in my life ask me, like, well, like, have you ever considered like hair transplants or going? And like, my dad has 13 siblings. My mom has numerous ones. All of the men on both sides of their family bald. Like, everybody's bald.
Yep.
So when I was 9 years old, I'm like, I'm losing my hair. Like, and it has never once bothered me. Like, it was just like, well, this is just a thing that's going to happen. And then when it started happening, it was like a point where finally it's like, well, it's thin. I'm just going to start shaving my head. And I've never looked back or worried about it. You know, like, even like, you can sort of see, like, I have, like, I could do like the monk haircut. Like, I have the sides. It's just the top is pretty, whatever you call that. Is that male pattern baldness? I don't know. Like, it's the very European sort of thing. But it's never bothered me, and there was never a point in my life when I wasn't like, well, maybe I can keep my hair. It's like, no. That's not in your genes. Just take this and move on. But on the plus side, nobody in your family ever gets cancer. So, get a little, give a little, right? And I'm like, I'll take that trait.
Sure.
Right? Jason Statham's generally considered pretty sexy. So
that's true.
You just, you move on. You don't need hair.
He's got a new movie coming out, in fact, where he's
like a working man or whatever. And I think it's like the same people who did the Beekeeper one.
But it's the same plot of every Jason Statham movie. Oh, you used to be a very highly skilled killer?
Yeah.
And now you come across someone that you decide arbitrarily, now I'm going to care to protect.
Liam Neeson's getting too old to do these anymore, so... Good news. Hey, do you want to make $5 million every 2 years? Like, I kind of do. Well, good news.
Good news.
Amazon and Netflix.
Yep. We're going to do a search and replace on your name in the previous script, and here we go. Yeah. All right.
Anyways, Tesla.
Oh, shoot. The button's not even working anymore.
Oh, separation between religion and government in the Philippines, right?
Absolutely. I love it here, though. I hope you come back and visit sometime.
Our condo is there and waiting. I maintain the condo in Global City, so there you go.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Excellent. Well, I live in Legazpi Village, right near Greenbelt.
All right.
And I actually have a meeting in the fort in 2 o'clock. So
no one cares. Yeah.
In an hour and 15 minutes, I'll be in your old neighborhood.
Tell everybody, how is it to drive in Metro Manila?
Not as bad as L.A. I lived in LA for 15 years, and I still think
LA can be bad, but it's nowhere near like Manila. In Manila, it's the strong survive, period.
The first rule of driving here, there are no rules.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Thank you very much for the call. Take care. That nailed it.
There you go, Scotty. That's exactly right. Scotty gets it. No sleep till Tesla.
Yeah, no sleep till Tesla. Speaking of Scotty, you and I have someone, when we knew each other first, we also knew someone named Scott. You remember that, Scott?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure do. Yeah.
But occasionally, I don't know if you're Facebook friends with him or not.
No, I have zero idea what's going on in his life right now.
Well, but he lives in Asia, as you know.
I didn't know that.
Oh, it has
Okay.
for probably 20 years now.
Oh, wait, I did know that. Yes, you're right.
Yeah. But anyway, he occasionally on his Facebook feed is
Without
it's largely pictures of people driving in these Asian cities with literally, like, you know, I've got 300 bird cages just you know, tied together with nothing, with floss, dental floss that I've built to the whole mountain.
My
On
goodness.
it. Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite things is occasionally when he posts just his day-to-day traffic. It's kind of funny.
Just going. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to look him up now. I'm going to friend him on Facebook. Anyways, carry on.
He's now he supports the channel in that he no longer believes the thing that we all used to believe either. So yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I understand. Yeah. That's enough of that. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that offline. Yeah.
There are no rules. First rule of driving: there are no rules. If you stop for a stop sign, you're probably going to get rear-ended, and that's a fact. Let's go to Corvallis, Oregon. You're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. My name is Bob. I'm a longtime listener, and I got to say that when I first heard you in the 90s, the moment I heard your voice, I stopped and listened. And the reason I stopped and listened is there's something about you. I got in an instant trance of hypnotic, humble open-mindedness, and I've been there ever since.
Really? Yeah, that's really nice of you to say. I don't know what to say to that, but thank you.
You're welcome. I wanted to make a comment about Seth Shostak from yesterday and also a topic I would suggest for a future program.
Fire away.
Well, the thing about Chef Shostak is...
By the way, it's Seth, S-E-T-H, Seth.
Okay, I really admire the work he's doing. I keep going back and forth as to whether I...
Yeah, his name, whatever.
Yeah.
I think there's a cover
Seth Shostak. I don't know who this is, so
I don't know who
this
that
will
is
be
either.
Largely meaningless to us.
We truly haven't heard a single. I don't know what to make of that. What I did want to say, though, is I get very frustrated by anyone, and I know he's a scientist and he wants, as he said, physical evidence would be the only way he would believe that UFOs are here on Earth. But what frustrates me is just how the readiness to discount any eyewitness testimony. I mean,
yes,
Travis Walton.
Discount it all.
I say to myself, take his experience or take your experience.
Said anybody who's not experienced actual meaningful experience with eyewitness testimony. Yeah, no, that doesn't mean nothing. Yeah. Let me tell you something about people. People don't know shit from apple butter. Their eyewitness testimony doesn't mean nothing. Yeah.
Because I was actually going to pause and make fun of him. Like, what are you going to do? What do you think you should accept? Testimony? And now he is. Like, he's literally, if someone says they saw you.
Is a member of SETI, the SETI Institute. Or was. I don't know if he still is. But so he's interested in UFO, but is also coming from like a legitimate sort of scientific thing where it's like, yeah. Like, show me like actual.
Yeah,
this is steady. Like, we're searching like
correct
a thing with like no, like something that is demonstrably extraterrestrial, and so far we haven't found anything.
Yeah, we're not looking for Jim Bob's tales of
your story of like, I was in the back 40 and very
anyway. It gets to the point where if you share so many eyewitness testimonies and the scientists
the plural of anecdote is not evidence.
On all of that, it's almost as if, and I said wormhole question about this yesterday, it's almost as if saying that, okay, does that mean that you would then, if you have such a belief, release every single criminal that's ever been convicted without physical evidence? They just get very frustrated.
Sure. I completely understand. I'm not sure myself about Seth. I'm sure you can hear it in my voice.
I mean, honestly, there are probably a lot of, whenever you hear about convictions being overturned,
yeah,
it is because they were convicted based on like eyewitness testimony, and then it turns out, oh yeah, their DNA shows it wasn't them. Like that is the way that goes.
Yeah.
I've never heard someone like, well, we had their DNA evidence, but then later, 10 years later, we found grandma and she said it wasn't him. Like,
it wasn't him. So,
so we let him go. That's it's not the order of operations.
Oh, said he's into butt stuff, Timothy, but just nothing to do with aliens.
When I talk to him, I'm sort of challenging a little bit, if you will, and he bounces back quickly, so I keep it up. But I have some doubts, frankly.
And I respect him. I just wish that scientists and eyewitness folks, everyone, I wish we would all just have more of an open mind to work together.
Can't we all get along?
Yeah. So that's what I meant about your show.
I wish
we
you
have the
just
scientists and we have the eyewitness folks.
Yeah. Can't you just believe what I say without
this pesky
evidence?
About being humble and open-minded. I think it's a good exercise, and that's the reason I love your show so much. As to the topic suggestion, have you ever done a show on self-hypnosis?
No, I have not. Worried that I'd like trance out in the middle of the show.
Well, I found that self-hypnosis is something that works really well for me. I listen to it at night before I go to bed. And
I do know other talk show hosts who sound like they do that.
It's meditation with self-guided affirmations, and I find
Art's throwing shade.
Yeah.
Works extremely well for stress relief. I work in a very stressful job, and it does wonders for stress relief. There's another topic I love to listen to on Power of Now. It helps me embrace the moment, and it's drug-free. And the reason I thought it would be an interesting topic is if you could find someone who does self-hypnosis, but maybe does some of the cool stuff. Let's say someone who does self-hypnosis to get you to have an out-of-body experience or to go back to a previous life, and maybe they might sell tapes or have them for free. It would be really interesting, and then us as viewers could check that stuff out.
Out of body experiences or experiences through time. Oh wait, he's done hundreds of them.
Hundreds, yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, moving on.
Try it, report experiences, that kind of angle I just think would be interesting.
How about hypnosis for nicotine quitting?
See?
Would that be all right? I do. Thank you very much for the call. I have gone from cigarettes, which I dearly love and miss, to the gum, which was okay, then to electronic cigarettes, and then to the little lozenge. They have this new lozenge that you can get. You just put it in the corner of your mouth. None of those, and the patch. Let's not forget the patch. So I have tried them all. I sort of stick with what I can, but I am still hooked. My advice to you is don't smoke. Don't ever smoke. Don't start. It gets you very quickly. I'd be willing to try.
None of this is hypnosis, though, of course.
No.
Hypnosis. Yeah. Nobody has ever successfully hypnotized me. I have tried, by the way. Hello there on the phone lines. You're on the air.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is April, and I'm a time traveler.
Your name is April, and you're a time traveler?
Yes, but I'm not the kind of time traveler I think you wanted. You see, I'm from the 19th century.
Okay. Well, many of us are, and, we're still here.
I'm physically less than 40 years old, but I was pushed into the future.
You're not from the 19th century. You're from the 20th.
No, he's not. He's from the 20th century.
Yeah,
This might be our Tesla. This might be our Tesla.
Yeah.
You're familiar with Nikola Tesla, right?
Tesla, yes.
All right. Well, I was witnessing one of his attempts at, I think he was trying to transmit electricity in Colorado Springs in 1899.
You saw that? You were there?
Yeah, in a sense.
You sound hesitant.
Because it's a really strange experience. People don't usually believe this sort of thing.
Okay, I'm overtime for a break. Hold on, I'll bring you back. Wow. I am Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert. Now, check this out from John. It says, the lady in Japan was incorrect. The Tony Hawk hoverboard thing was later acknowledged.
You literally have someone on the line who said they hang out with Nikola Tesla, and you're doing some fact-checking on some previous caller?
Tony Hawk hoverboard nonsense?
As a hoax. The Lexus hoverboard is real. It uses magnets and requires a metallic surface. Oh, no. Yeah. Could she have been wrong twice? Could the time traveler have been right? Speaking of which, April claims to be a time traveler. April, you're back on.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Okay, as I was saying, I witnessed one of Nikola Tesla's experiments in Colorado Springs in July 1889.
Well, I am jealous. I would give my, important part to who have seen that.
Yes, I was 15 years old at the time, and I had to disguise myself as a boy in order to see it because they would not let women or girls see it.
Oh, that's true. They were pretty much repressed then, huh?
Yes. Well, yeah. And I can tell you what I remember of what happened. I'm not sure if it's all of what happened. Well, I don't think anyone actually knew I was there was the thing. It had a work crew and, all the usual things. But I was just hidden in brush near it. It was a giant tower. They turned it on, and I remember everything going white and then waking up thinking I'd passed out for whatever reason. And I woken up in 1985.
Oh, wow. Well, we always want to ask time travelers how you do it, by what method.
Bad science, apparently.
Did you say bad science?
I think this qualifies as what they call
science. Mad
science, apparently.
Because
lasers,
phasers, and
April's not able to time travel at will. It seems like she passed that. Yeah. If you take the story at it, as I understand the story, Dave, do you understand it? So she was watching Nikola Tesla do some experiment, and in watching it, she blacked out.
Yeah,
and woke up in 1985.
I mean, would be quite the culture shock, I would think. Someone from the 1800s waking up in 1985. Yeah, you're going from,
but
horses to digital watches. Yeah.
This doesn't seem like something that she was voluntarily doing or had control of.
No. They did it with fucking science, apparently. I don't know.
But science, apparently, yeah.
Anyway, if you see Tesla, I'm going to kick him in the nuts.
Right? Like, yeah. Actually, this does ring true for someone like if you're involuntarily
thrust on
time traveled.
Yeah.
Like, I don't fucking science. I didn't ask for this.
Yeah.
I was there to see the sparks and neat.
Yeah.
I dressed up like a boy. I saw the fancy lighting.
Yep.
That's right. Okay. Can you describe
eye plan and dental care?
Right.
I gotta. Yeah.
They tell me my teeth are bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever mechanism was involved.
I think it had something to do with him trying to transmit electricity, but it could have been regular experiments.
So you
could have been.
Could have been. You know how regular experiments go, Dave.
Those regular experiments he was doing.
That's the ones that'll get you.
Yeah.
Just the regular ones.
Probably some regular time ones. Those are the worst. Yeah.
I think Nikola Tesla may have had something to do with snapping you back there.
Yes. How I came forward in time.
Got it. Remarkable. Has it happened ever again?
No, and at this point, I really hope it doesn't because it was very hard for me to...
I don't know, Art. Is Nikola Tesla still alive? No.
Still doing his regular...
He can't send me through time again, then can he?
That's what I was thinking.
Fucking jackass.
Definitely, if he's doing a public forum of his regular experiments, I'm just gonna pass. Thanks.
I do like that. I hope not, because adjusting from 1899 to 1985 sucked. If I get jumped to 250 years in the future again, I don't know how anti-grav boots work. It sucks. I can barely figure out how to use my Xbox.
I feel like her ire is warranted in this case.
Yeah.
I didn't ask for this shit.
To Wendy's. I gotta go. But anyway.
Get used to 1985 when I was young. Now I'm much older, and it would just be a shock to my system.
It was hard for me to get used to 85 when I was actually there. It's a rough year. All right, listen, thank you so very much for the call. I really do appreciate it. And by all means, call again. That was April. Alleged time traveler. Let us try.
That wasn't quite Stargate.
No, he did famously invent a teleportation machine while in Colorado Springs, but he sold it to some magician.
But it was
just interpretation. It wasn't teleportation. It was
as imagined in the movie Prestige.
What? You mean the documentary? Starring a Michael Caine lookalike.
And that was actually Wolverine. It was actually Wolverine.
Yeah.
Because Wolverine has lived for, many years.
Yeah, over 100.
Mm-hmm.
Born in Canada, by the way.
Born in Canada, that's right. Good Canadian kid.
Yep. Him and Sasquatch, bad Canadian kid.
So, Dave, there is
or
10 more minutes.
Fuck. Yes.
There's 10 more minutes.
I mean, I feel like at this point we should just do it.
Yeah, all right. Because this, I'm not going to. I enjoyed the anger of the caller, the Tesla caller.
I hope not. It sucked last time I traveled through time. Plus, I've got this many beer left.
Oh, I need to pour a new one. But
do you? I don't feel like you do. But you know what? I'm not going to stop you.
Well, fair enough. We got 10 minutes. Let's see what else we got on the.
Well, you pouring or not? What's going on here?
Short because we've got a break coming up. Nicholas, hello. Where are you?
There you go.
Hi there. I'm in London.
London.
Mm-hmm.
I got a wonderful shock earlier. I got a check from London from Barclays Bank, and when I looked at it, I thought $390. What's that?
It was pounds, Paul. It was pounds sterling.
We've been through this story once. Yeah,
he is more like my dad every time.
Couldn't believe it. It's worth 1.4 times what a normal dollar is worth.
Yeah. Ah, that's 56. Right, Shannon.
Shannon is, despite us starting, I'm sure Shannon's well ahead of me.
Yeah, he is. Boy, I went to the bank and I went, yeah, hey. So, God bless the pound.
So you said about everybody sort of feeling something strange coming up in September.
Oh, yes.
So what do you think that's about?
Well, that's why I'm doing the show.
I just think there's something in the air. It's society as a whole. I think nobody trusts government anymore. There's that cynicism and suspicion, and I think it just feeds through it.
I think it's the collective, pre-evolutionary, just our hindbrain. We can feel it. There's something in there.
Our reptile brain, yeah.
Our reptile brain, we foolish to dismiss it. We can sense the predator. And anyways, sociable.
And looming months. I can't believe another month is coming around the corner.
Yeah, I know, right?
They're probably my landlord's probably gonna want rent again, and
it's ridiculous.
Yep.
Back to school.
Back to school.
Back in September, back to school.
Absolutely.
On the plus side, though, once again,
your
birthday in September.
Dave's birthday.
My birthday.
There's also there's what they have in America? They got the Arbor Day. Is Arbor Day? Which one is Labor Day?
Labor Day. Yes.
Labor Day.
Yeah.
It's the same here and there.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have a super chat from AZ Cat.
We sure do.
It says, we made it to Tesla. Fun show. Thanks, guys. Well, don't leave, AZ Cat, because we're going to wrap up whatever is happening after this.
It's just getting started. Paul just poured a whole new drink. We got
full.
Time to kill.
My tumbler overfloweth.
I have a lot of thoughts about a lot of various pop culture references from the last 30 years, and I'm gonna share them here tonight. Paul's too drunk to stop me. We're turning this into Sci-Fi Con, Paimon Sci-Fi Con.
Into everything. It's like 2012 all over again, but it never seems to ever come to anything.
Well, clearly something is in the air. It's all over the internet, call after call.
Because that makes you cool.
Do you hear that girl?
What happened to be cool is not cool. Drink.
I don't love memes, but I do. There's one. It's like I knew I was an adult, or I really became an adult when I knew I didn't have to have fun to be drinking.
Yes. Yeah,
yeah.
Like, you don't have to have fun to drink.
That was pretty good.
That's very accurate.
Yeah.
A little while ago, that was almost depressing. She knows her life is going to end soon.
Yes, my birthday's in September. Everybody in chat, you got lots of months.
Yeah.
Save up. Get ready. There's a Toast to Toast PO box somewhere. I don't remember what it is. You can just send all the gifts to there. Yep.
Yeah, that's been canceled, but okay.
Oh shit. Well, maybe I'll start one.
But you know what, Dave? If you start, so on
Somewhere,
Amazon, on Amazon you can make wish lists.
Right.
So Dave, you should make your birthday wish list.
Oh, I'm gonna.
And we will put that link in the future video descriptions. We'll have, and then people can without knowing your address, they can literally send you.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Shannon, you're a competent adult, Shannon. The stream's on YouTube. You can make your own goddamn montage of all the interruptions. I've seen your channel. I know you know how to do this. You can do it.
That's yeah. You're being very generous, but okay.
I am a generous guy. Hey, Paul.
Yes, Dave.
The absurdist Ignatius has just super chatted us in glorious Canadian dollars, the best dollars. Whenever Art says something in the air, I think of Phil Collins. You know what? I literally do too. I'm pretty sure it was 3 times, Shannon. That is correct. I think you and your friends, your very sober friends, burst into the show yelling 3 times tonight. Does that sound right to you, Paul?
Sounds about right to me.
Yeah.
I should have gone full screen on the other. I don't know how much
you
was
should have
on camera.
But I feel like you were a little deer in the headlights.
No, but I thought of it for the third time. The third time I at least had the self-awareness to like, well, I should go full screen here.
Like, I get it. I'm beautiful. And, I understand that there you go. There he is. Now we're selling the show. Hey. There. How about some of that? Yeah.
We don't need
something a little tighter on top, I think, to show off my generous chest. That's how you sell YouTube streams. I've seen the thumbnails. I know how it works. Paul, we have another super chat, if you can believe it. For some reason, people are giving money to this, whatever we're doing right now. Timothy Harmon. Oh my goodness, we got to go. First, start off. Timothy Harmon has super chatted us.
You know what? This is a good point. Carry on.
We are boycotting Amazon, Paul. Join the resistance. $5 plus tariff. That is
So we'll need to find the Canadian equivalent where you can make a wish list.
There is no Canada-based streaming company, so Paul and I have to support Google and YouTube in their efforts here. But really, they're supporting us because we're the only stream on YouTube.
Indeed.
And then Scotty Orange has a question for you, Paul. Scotty Orange asks, what year would you time travel to if you could?
I don't know why that's a question for me. It seems like, but so for me, it would depend partially on whether it would depend partially on whether I could change things, depending on the model of the time. Well, so there's lots of points in time where I feel like I could have adjusted my life and had it gone better. So those would all be tempting. I do feel like going ahead in time though.
Probably
and learning things if I can return.
If you could. So let's say it's a one-way trip.
One-way trip?
Yeah.
You know what? Then I would. I would be very torn. I would be very torn between going back and changing things for myself, but then, I mean, my life is good. So, like, do I want to fuck with that? Versus, like, I think going ahead in time is the way to go because, like, there's so many things. Like, I'd love to see where all this.
Let me tell you something. As an amateur historian.
Yep.
Pretty much every period of human history up to about 30, 40 years ago.
Yep.
Like basically World War II, post World War II, unless you are very rich, sucks.
Right.
All suck. Everything about it sucks. Doesn't matter. People can talk about the patriarchy or whatever. It's like, doesn't fucking matter. Unless you're one of like the top 2%, it sucks. It's all bad.
Yeah.
There is no medicine. There is no guarantee that you're going to have food next year. It's all bad. So yeah, you are right. The future. That's where either go back to like 1985 and invest in the things you know,
invest in Apple or
good. Yeah. And get some cocaine before they crack down on it.
Right, and buy a lot of houses while they still cost $70,000. Yeah.
Or go 100 years in the future and just get a flying car.
Yeah.
Because everything in the back, it's all bad. It's like, cool, I get to see a Shakespeare theater in the Globe with actual Shakespeare there. Great. Also, I've got a mouth infection and I died.
Yeah.
Because I have a cavity they couldn't treat and it spread into my brain and I died.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? That's what we're talking about. Yeah. Anyways, so there's my answer. 1985 or 100 years in the future.
And I'm not even sure. Like, I might pick something because you don't have kids. Like, I might pick something like 50 years in the future and hope they're still alive and like being able to like, hey, talk to my kids when they're old, kind of thing. But
aren't you worried that they'll be like, wow, you really fucked up?
I know that's the case, so I don't need to worry about. Yeah. Look, that's just the conversation they should probably be having with me anyway. So
yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah.
Dave, there's some suggestion here from Melly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm on board.
The
hockey jersey doesn't
all right, we're not getting any further in this 10 minutes.
All our lives are going to end, but we just don't know when.
All right. You want to hold on? I've got to take a quick break, but since you're in London, hold tight. We'll be right back.
Men and women, Skype call.
All right.
What's it going to be, Paul? You remember the choices? There's the stout.
So I would go with the pineapple, but
you want the pineapple? I'm going with the pineapple then. This is Paul's choice.
Yep.
Pineapple Radler.
Midnight in the Desert at MITD 51. That's MITD 51.
This is the first night, ladies and gentlemen, that my Skype 3 times, mind you, 3 times already, have just thrown up its little Skype hands and said, program quits. I've had enough. I have so many names over the screen that it just goes. So I'm forced to restart it. If that blows anybody out of here, I'm really, really sorry about that. People, obviously, who are ringing when that happens. Skype was probably not designed to have scores of people calling it at the same time, if not more. Where was I? I was in London.
It wasn't designed for mass people calling one number.
That's true, especially not at that time. Now it's like having a 100-person meeting is very much within the. But yes, in 2015, that would have been like, oh, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, Art.
Yes, sir.
So I think in September, there's just probably going to be a stock market correction. And so that usually filters through and people got money.
I mean, to be fair, in 2015, that was before Microsoft bought Skype, right? Like Skype was just
Skype. Yep.
Yeah.
In the stock market, it all sort of.
Yeah, I don't want to see that happen. I mean, we just went through 2008. What would precipitate it, do you think, China?
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of hot money coming out of China right now. You see it everywhere, property values going up all over the place. They're just buying empty properties and just keeping them empty as investments.
Well, they just devalued the yuan, which means they're trying to improve their economy, and they're kind of in trouble. If China used to be, if America got in trouble, the world was in trouble. Now, maybe it's true that if China gets in trouble, we're all in trouble.
Turns out, China doesn't end up getting in trouble. So.
They did in 2015-16. That was the thing.
No, but I'm saying 10 years later, they're fine.
Oh yeah, they're doing fine. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Also, this
China and Europe,
absolutely delicious.
Yay!
Mm-hmm.
Empty calories.
No, it's got pineapple in it, so it's.
No, that's true. It's practically salad.
Fruit. Practically salad. I think I'm actually losing weight by drinking this.
Probably.
So.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
I know there's this in the chat, but they'd probably back me up.
Mm-hmm.
On to the pound was not such a bad idea.
After call by experts that your stovetop is exceptionally shiny right now.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
And perhaps not safe for tea making.
Well, probably don't lick it. I'd tell you that. I feel like there's a lot.
That's going to put a real cramp on my late night activities, but all right.
Do you make tea on your stovetop? Like, do you have a kettle you have to put on the stove to heat?
Twice a day. Yeah.
Huh. Wow.
Yeah.
So you're just like an 80-year-old, or what's?
I've been doing this for 20 years, so I don't know where you've been, but
I've been progressing in time with the new things.
No, I'm 80. Yes, I'm absolutely 80. I have a kettle, and that is the thing that is allowed to stay on the stove. You know how I feel about clutter.
Do you have a little crocheted tea cozy to put on your teapot to keep it warm? Well, good. Yeah.
But you know how I feel about clutter.
I do.
The one thing, but I am allowed to. There's the one thing that it's just the tea kettle just sits on the stove 24/7. That's just there. That's where it lives.
That's where it lives.
Because I use it.
You and I have very opposite views on clutter.
Yeah. Yes, we do.
Yeah. Yes, we do.
And that's why living with you for a while when it was,
you might have a stroke. Yeah.
I greatly appreciate when we lived together for a very brief time, but
but
also, wow, that was something.
That was after I cleaned it up because you were coming over.
I probably was. It probably was. And was my expectation realistic? I'm sure it was not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We all do what we got to do.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, I was pro-Euro when it came out. Now I think I was wrong. The pound's a good thing. You've only got to see what happened in Ireland. Mm-hmm. They had their zombie hotels and stuff. They ended up with 15% unemployment. Although it's improved, it's like they made a good bet of it. But,
I would love to get a call from Greece. How
right?
Yeah.
bad is it really getting in Greece? Can you tell?
The first step to the one world economy and the the mark of the beast and all this stuff. Yes.
I've not been to Greece, but one of the big problems is all the immigrants coming over in the boats from Turkey. There's the island.
Apparently, we were blaming immigrants back in 2015. So that hasn't changed.
A lot longer than that. Yeah.
Of costs, I think 1 in 10 people is an asylum seeker. They had riots there yesterday. There's hundreds of thousands of people just coming over the Mediterranean, and the navies are out there picking these people up and dropping them off in Italy, then making their way up through the Schengen zone. So there was a really funny scene of on the border of France and Italy where the French police were on one side and the immigrants were on the other. When they walked through, because there's no border control, the French police were picking them up by their arms and putting them back over onto the Italian side of the border.
Well, we're very American-centric with our news here. We just don't hear about that kind of thing. Occasionally, we'll get a story about Greece, but that's about it. We don't get much else. We're so concentrating on the Donald over here, we don't see anything else.
We get the Donald over here as well.
What do you think the world would be like in the United States if he actually got elected president?
I think it would be a crazy place. I think
Can you imagine such a thing? How silly!
Can you imagine what would happen?
How silly!
What would happen?
It's a great what-if story.
They'd given the nuclear bunny to press it just to see what would happen if he did it.
Well, listen, my friend, thank you so much for the call, and I've got high hopes for September, but I'm worried. After listening to all of you, I'm now officially worried. I knew there was something cooking here, but didn't know it was that bad. It's all over the internet. It is a sort of
all
a
over the internet,
consciousness.
Dave. All over.
It may be nothing. It may be people getting each other worked up. I mean, there have been a million of these things that have come along, right? People get worried. A certain date is talked about. A certain comet goes flashing by and people freak out. It may be that, but you can't totally ignore it. When this many people are upset about something, ignore it at your own peril, possible peril. Somewhere up near Omaha, Nebraska, I think you're on the air. Hello.
It's only 10 minutes, but I need to run. I got to go do a buy break.
Yeah, that's good. There's 6 minutes, but it takes us a long time to do that. So should I keep going?
Just keep going. You do do whatever you want to do. Listen
right.
to your heart, Paul. Listen to your heart.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
My friend, 79 Trans Am, he wants to say hi. And when you spin those letters around, it says Starman.
Really?
Yes.
By the way, I'm a Trans Am guy. I've got a Firebird Trans Am. It's gorgeous.
Oh, that is cool.
It would be funny if it wasn't funny. So I actually was half expecting when the current American administration was banning all things that would just said trans, for example, the trans mice or just anything trans. Didn't matter if it was actually, the trans they meant. Trans Ams was actually one of the things I was wondering. He's like, yeah, is Donald Trump gonna like ban or Elon, given that he has a car company, gonna be banning the Trans Am?
6-speed forward gears.
Wow.
I can't go anywhere without getting followed.
That is cool.
They look at a car like that and they go, oh, yeah, town revenue. Anyway, what's up?
Well, I've had an encounter myself in 2008 or 9. I went up in spirit and I went into darkness. I have encountered aliens and Jen.
You said you went to darkness?
Yeah, well.
All right. So this isn't time travel, obviously. This is just she in her spirit. She had some kind of experience of something, went up in her spirit, I guess. It doesn't sound like time travel. I'll let her finish.
It is kind of like through spirit. I don't know how I got out of my body, but I was up in spirits and I seen ETs and Jen, and these beings that I seen.
Oh, that's a pet peeve of mine when people say seen. Seen in this context, not a word. I seen this, I seen that. That's not a word. Where I live, that seems to be what people think is grammatically acceptable. As my own, grammar Nazi, I'm not okay with it, Dave.
That is to say, I seen it.
I seen it. I seen. So the caller we're talking to here, she's seen some ghosts, Dave. She's seen some spirits.
She's seen some ghosts.
She introduced this I was interpreting it that she claiming to be a time traveler, but in a spiritual sense. So we'll see how this goes.
Also, I've brought bacon.
Bacon?
Yeah, leftover
again,
bacon.
Not empty calories. I don't know. You're not. You should have. Oh, good bacon.
It's so good. It's so good. It's just like the saltiest. Yeah. Thick cut smoked bacon. Older smoked. Oh my goodness.
And we can afford it because we make that here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aliens even and the.
One of my favorite things, and this is not meant to be political in any way, but just my favorite coincidental things, was the current administration of the United States, for some reason, picked the price of eggs as the thing that they were going to calibrate everything around, right? Like, they just randomly, they could have picked gas, they could have picked milk, they could have picked cheese, they picked eggs. Weirdly the thing.
Eggs, though. Yeah.
And then now they've got this whole bird flu thing going on.
Yeah.
Where it's literally like through probably no fault of the actual administration. It's just like the price of eggs. Just like going through the roof. Meanwhile, I was at the store today. Could have definitely bought a dozen eggs for like $3.
Boy, yeah, we have so many eggs.
So many eggs. Where I live, almost like a large number of my neighbors have chickens. So like it's just the thing.
You want farm fresh eggs? I'll get you eggs tomorrow.
That's right. Yeah, just go down to Sally's. She's got more eggs than she knows what to do with.
Yeah. My grammatical bugaboo.
What's that
thing? I have many because I am actually a bit of a grammar.
I know.
Nazi,
Yeah.
Control it.
One of the things I like about you.
Like, hey, could you borrow me
that shovel? No. And I haven't heard that in ages. Borrow me
you that shovel? Yeah. That's my number one.
I haven't heard that since I left Saskatchewan, but you're right. That is a Saskatchewan thing.
Yeah.
Can Can you borrow me your shovel? No.
Can you borrow me your shovel? Can you borrow me that? Yeah. Like, I could lend it to you. Is that what you're asking? Because unless you say those words, I will not fucking give you this physical thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't need to borrow one from you because I already have it.
That's right.
If you want to borrow it from me, ask me to lend it to you, and I will do so. Until you say those words, you do not get the shovel.
I appreciate this stand. I'm with you on this. Yeah.
Yeah.
The aliens appeared with fur instead of just bare skin.
Right.
They had fur on them.
What do you mean by Jen? When you say Jen, what do you mean?
Jen, or another being that is created by smokeless fire. And
does she mean like maybe? Does she mean Jinn, like a genie Jinn? Maybe.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yep. That makes sense when you say it. Yeah, I was thinking gem, like gem in the hologram.
No, I think maybe Jinn, like a
like
genie.
G-J-I-N-N.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Created
by smokeless fire.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I picked up on it because they can shapeshift and stuff like that.
Okay.
And the beings, they appear friendly and they communicate. They knew English very well. And each of them was trying to present themselves as if they were Christ. They wanted me to accept them as Christ, and I refused. And being that I refused, I was my only way back. And when I came back, I got in a telepathic message. It says, I am the Prince of Darkness, and I got your soul.
Well, then maybe the Prince does have.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay.
This is a lot.
There's a lot.
The shape-shifting alien, this shape-shifting spiritual
not
aliens.
The Jinn. Yep.
The shape-shifting spiritual beings, that she encountered, all wanted to fool her into thinking that they were Jesus.
I feel like all of you doing this is a really bad, a really bad strategy.
Yeah, if you go to
I'm the real Jesus.
Yeah, like Ogden Nash game theory. You can't all go for the big prize. Then none of you get the big prize. You gotta. Yeah.
You should have worked together.
Your soul.
That's right. Then
and take turns. One of you Jesus to rest your angel.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah. This is just classic game theory. It's poorly done.
You went left when you should have gone right.
I came to Jesus, and that very night, one of the beings came and tried to take it back and couldn't. It was very interesting. Throughout the years, all they counted.
Tried to take what back?
It.
No
further questions.
As in, I'm sorry, I claimed to be Jesus. One of the genies came back and said, "Oh, my bad, I wasn't really Jesus."
I mean, in the Prince of Darkness, sent her a personal monograph letting her know that.
Right, telepathically sent her message. You're mine now.
He's busy. He's a busy dude, and there's 6 billion people in the world, so that's.
I know, it is the amount of stuff Satan has to do in any given day. It's
a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot
that I've had.
But that's essentially black letter law. You signed a contract with the other one there.
No, I didn't accept them. I refused.
Okay.
And when they each presented themselves, and there was only one.
Fuck.
Didn't talk.
This is better. Yeah, this is the best call tonight.
When I was there, he was ET looking and came forward towards me. A Jen popped out from his head, touched my forehead, and said, "Accept Christ."
And away you went. You refused?
I refused.
I thought you did accept Christ and everything was okay.
Yeah, I did. After when I came back.
Oh, okay.
But in the first experience, that's how they were.
Well, I am getting ready to interview a Satanist. That's a show you're not going to want to miss.
Okay.
All right. So it's coming up, and I hope
Art, there should have been follow-up questions for this, Art. This was an interesting caller. You just changed the topic to your future show about Satans.
Just plug in your show.
Plug in your show.
Moving on.
I want to know, right? Because so she knew to reject. I want you to accept. I want you to accept Christ. Well, you. I'm gonna say no now.
Yeah. To be fair, you just saw a whole host, an undefined number of jinn.
Yeah.
Who were like, I'm Jesus. So I feel at that point you'd probably just be like, everybody's like, you know what? I'm not taking any Jesus applications tonight. You're all shut out.
Do you think this was like kind of a dating show, like the game show, the dating show
when
situation?
Gotten, like, spoof spam emails in a row, and you're just like, I don't care if this is the real, like,
right?
Whatever.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't care if
you. It's like, nah,
right?
It's nothing. You can.
If you're actually IKEA, just forget it. I don't care if my couch is coming or not. Whatever.
We're done. Yeah.
Yeah.
You will call. I am very curious about Satanists, and therefore I will do a program. No matter what anybody says, and there will be much comment, I'm sure. Renee, I think it is.
He's probably correct. He probably would get actually some backlash for having Satanists on the show.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that, of course, Satanists don't actually believe in Satan, at least in America. American brand Satanism tends to be a secular, non-supernatural experience. But anyway.
Yeah, boring Satanism. You mean?
Right? It's boring Satanism. Yeah.
Yeah.
Her jinn religion is frankly more interesting, and I'm very sad that Art didn't ask more questions about the jinns.
So how did the jinn tie in with Jesus and the Bible and stuff?
Right. Also, like, the jinns have their own power, so why were they trying to trick you, like into the Jesus thing?
Well, they're immortal and eternal, so they're probably bored.
Maybe it's like
they're
just fucking with people. They're just
they're just straight up
They're laughing. They're giggling behind it. Like, I told them I was Jesus.
Yeah. If you and I were immortal in 500 years from now, we'd probably be dicks too. We'd just
probably
be fucking with people because whatever. In 60 years, you'll be dead.
That's right.
Who cares? Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Hey, look, some woman. I don't forget what her name was. I'm sorry. Call her. Someone spiritually floated up to where we were. Let's just fuck with her. Let's just this is gonna be funny.
It's like Gordie Howe, right? This is old. Like
it is. Gordy was fucking with me.
Gordie,
That's right.
You want your autograph? Like,
yeah.
This is just,
oh, that's good. Yeah. Exactly.
Eventually, when like the 5,000th person comes to ask for enlightenment, you're like, oh yeah, no, I'm Jesus. Anyways.
I like a good callback, Dave. That was well done.
See, there you go. I pay
on
attention.
Skype. You're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Renee from South Texas.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to share my story since you guys have been talking about.
It's click. We have 2 minutes left, and it's clicking. Okay. I feel like I still gotta just.
You gotta do it.
Yeah.
Good night.
We got 2 minutes left, and it's but.
I gotta figure out a better lighting. It peeves me, Paul. It bothers me that my sweet Flash Gordon poster gets all that glare from the lights that I have.
So, have you tried reflecting against the wall instead of against direct?
I have not. I bought some new lights.
Oh, okay.
I'm curious to try them. So I've got with some better.
Are they the panel?
And
are they the panel LED types?
They are the panel LEDs.
So one thing you can do successfully, I've seen, we did this in Shannon's old place, was you point them, instead of pointing them directly at you, you point them at the wall.
Right. Get like the diffusing light.
And get the diffusing light, and then it doesn't create that thing like on your poster like that. But that's just one possibility. I'm sure you've got many ideas.
Lightful glare on the. I have no ideas, Paul. I do not know.
Well, we'll workshop this. We'll.
We can have a conversation about it.
That's right. We can.
We'll dialogue.
And therefore, I will do a program. No matter what anybody says, and there will be much comment, I'm sure. Renee, I think it is, on Skype. You're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Renee from South Texas.
Yes, sir.
I wanted
from Soft Texas.
Or South Texas, I don't know, somewhere.
I thought, Texas. As opposed to like hard Texas, like I'm in the wishy-washy part of Texas.
Yeah.
To share my story Texas. Since you guys have been talking about like aliens and stuff like that. There was this one time, me and my ex-girlfriend, I was kind of feeling a little bit adventurous, and she lived out in the country.
Yeah.
So we ended up taking a dirt road And me being the adventurous guy, I was like, hey, let's go check it out. We were driving, and I guess we got into an argument, but both of us saw something in the field. I saw a metallic ball coming out of the dirt, and she saw a camouflage ball coming out of the dirt. The thing came out of the ground and started spinning right in front of us. I guess it was kind of like trying to see what we're doing.
Why were you fighting? Stupid stuff. That's really what it is.
What ended up happening was we kept on going straight, and we saw the metallic thing go all the way down. It started spinning and drilling back into the ground. And
wow.
I guess like right afterwards, we were just like, did you see that? She was like, yeah, it was a metallic ball that came out of the ground. It was maybe like, I would say the size of a beach ball.
Under Earth UFOs, that's something we're going to have to talk about. We're way short on time. Hello?
Yeah, hello, Art. Can you hear me?
I hear you, but we've got so little time. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Romania.
Romania. You are my first Romanian call.
Yeah, I figured I was.
Yeah, you are.
Thank you very much for taking my call.
I wish we had more time.
I listened to your advice, and I took some notes. So,
hey, Paul.
Yeah.
Did you know Romania is one of the few countries outside Canada to use and host CANDU reactors?
I did not know that.
Well, now you do.
Now I do.
Now you do.
Scotty Orange for $2.
Oh dear.
Wants some entertainment for his $2.
It's gonna make us dance. Dance monkeys.
Dance monkeys. He wants to know. Scotty says, "Can you give us your best Kurt Russell impression?"
Kurt Russell doesn't really have like a super distinctive voice or like a mannerism.
It's just a bit of a growl. It's a bit of a gravel. It's a bit of a.
Have you got one, Paul?
You should. You're the man here. You got what's from your favorite film.
You okay? Because I was gonna do one from Stargate, which is
okay. Go for it.
Give my regards to King Tut, asshole. That's one of my favorite Kurt Russell lines.
All right.
I'm trying to remember the whole thing.
All right, here
you can do one.
You gonna do something, or are you just gonna stand there and bleed?
Oh yeah, that's from
Tombstone.
Tombstone, yes, yeah. With what's his name, the coward, right?
Yeah.
What's the old? I'm trying to remember the whole speech. I used to have it. I made a shirt with it on. The old Jack Burton. Some dude, press your head. Yes, sir. The check's in the mail. How's it go?
You've seen the movie 300 times. You're the one who knows.
I know. Have you paid your due? Because it's like have you paid your dues, Jack? Yes, sir. The check is in the mail. The whole speech is like paragraphs long, right? I can't remember. I'd have to look it up and read it. But that is it's one of the classic. Remember what old Jack Burton always says at a time.
Remember old Jack Burton says, yeah.
Yeah, remember what old Jack Burton says. Who? Me. Yeah.
Oh, Tango and Cash. I forgot about that. So one of my least favorite Kurt Russell performances is in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, I agree.
Guardians of the Galaxy 2 is that was not his A game.
No.
I didn't feel like. Yeah.
It's not
it wasn't a well-written role, but also I feel like there actually was more written than he could have. Yeah. Anyway, I gave one, you gave one. We're probably good for $2.
We're probably good. Yeah.
Yep. Let's wrap this up. Let's finish it. Finish it out.
So here are some of my thoughts. Quick. Are we going to hear Michio Kaku again soon?
Oh, yes, of course.
And also, this September thing?
Yes.
Blown out of proportion.
I hope so.
Yeah, me too.
I really hope.
Also, who do you think can carry on your legacy many, many years in the future?
Do you
see anyone who can pick up?
I'm a reasonable guy, but I've just experienced some very unreasonable things, which I feel is just a good quote for a lot of, you know what? I'm a reasonable guy, but I have just experienced some very unreasonable things. Mm-hmm.
From when you're gonna
Asia Rain Bell is the name that comes to mind.
Well, it's good to know.
Asia Rain currently traversing the 3rd grade, so she's getting ready.
That's great to hear.
Thank you.
Did Art have a daughter?
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
My friend. Good night. Has this been a blast or what? Midnight in the desert, indeed. That's Crystal Gale. From me to all the time zones, all of you everywhere.
All the time zone.
Boom. Just done. All right. Yeah. Well, Dave, that was fun.
We did it. We did it.
That was quite the evening.
We had drunken cameos.
We had drunken cameos. We had time travelers. We had spiritual travelers.
Mm-hmm.
We had tech calls about Skype and AMD processors.
AMD processors, yep.
We talked about celebrities, and yeah, it was a good night. Do you have a joke to wrap it up for us?
Okay. Hey, Paul.
Yes, Dave.
Did you hear that the CEO of IKEA was just elected as the Prime Minister of Sweden?
I did not hear this.
I mean, their first order of business is to assemble their cabinet. There you go.
I love it. All right. With that, thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out with us. We appreciate you all so much. And we will see you next time. Later.
Meantime and in between time. And that's the end of our show.
And we're out.
And we're out. All right.